Welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. Before we begin our journey into tranquility, a gentle like and subscribe helps us create more peaceful stories for you. Welcome, traveler, to a journey woven from moonlight and ancient stone, a gentle passage into the quiet heart of a world long past. Tonight, we step together onto the sun-warmed earth of ancient Greece, now cooled by the soft caress of a silver moon. This is not a journey of haste or urgency, but one of slow discovery, where each step is measured, each breath a deepening calm. The air itself is a balm, carrying the faint, sweet scent of wild thyme and distant pine, a fragrance that has graced these lands for millennia. Imagine the sky above, a vast, velvety canvas unfurled across the world, dotted with countless stars that have watched over civilizations rise and fall. These are the same constellations that guided ancient mariners across the Aegean, the same celestial tapestry that inspired philosophers and poets beneath their shimmering light. The moon, a luminous pearl, ascends slowly, painting the rugged landscape in shades of silver and deep indigo. Its light is not harsh or demanding, but soft, pervasive, revealing the contours of the land with a tender grace. Our path begins on a winding track, barely more than a whisper of dust and pebbles, leading away from the faint distant glow of a small sleeping village. The sounds of day, the bleating of goats, the distant shouts of fishermen, the clatter of looms, have long since faded into the quietude of night. Now only the soft hum of nocturnal insects fills the air, a gentle rhythmic chorus that cradles the stillness. Perhaps a tiny cicada, hidden deep within a gnarled olive tree, offers a sporadic, drowsy chirp, a punctuation mark in the vast silence. The ground beneath our feet is firm, ancient earth, worn smooth by countless journeys over centuries. Each step is a connection to the past, a silent communion with those who walked these very paths under similar skies. The dust, fine and soft, rises in tiny, ephemeral clouds with each unhurried movement, catching the moonlight in a brief, sparkling dance before settling back into the earth. It is a dust imbued with history, carrying the essence of forgotten footsteps and whispered tales. This journey is an invitation to stillness, a quiet unfolding of the mind as the ancient world reveals its nocturnal beauty. There is no need for effort, no destination to reach beyond the present moment. Simply allow the imagery to wash over you, like the gentle waves of the Aegean against a moonlit shore. The world outside, with its demands and its hurried pace, recedes with each passing moment, replaced by the enduring tranquility of this timeless landscape. The air grows cooler now, a refreshing contrast to the warmth of the day, carrying a faint briny tang from the sea, mingling with the earthy scent of dry grasses. The wind, if it stirs at all, is a mere sigh, rustling through the low-lying scrub and the broad, silvery leaves of the olive trees that begin to dot the landscape. These trees, ancient and stoic, stand like silent sentinels, their twisted trunks bearing witness to millennia of moonlit nights. We are approaching a rise in the land, a gentle ascent that promises a wider vista. The path here is less defined, winding between low-lying bushes and outcrops of sun-bleached rock. The moonlight, though soft, is remarkably clear, allowing the eye to discern the subtle textures of the landscape, the rough bark of a carob tree, the smooth, pale surface of a limestone boulder, the delicate fronds of a fern tucked into a shadowed crevice. As we crest the rise, the world opens before us. In the distance, silhouetted against the softer glow of the horizon, stand the majestic forms of ancient temples. They appear not as ruins, but as they might have been in their prime, bathed in the ethereal light of the moon. Their columns, tall and stately, rise from the earth like petrified trees, reaching towards the heavens. The moonlight catches their fluted surfaces, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow, emphasizing their perfect, enduring geometry. These are the temples of ancient Greece, structures built with an extraordinary understanding of proportion and harmony, designed to honor the gods and inspire awe in mortals. They were crafted from local marble, often Pentelic marble from quarries near Athens, renowned for its fine grain and slight golden hue that would soften with age and exposure. Under the moon, this marble takes on a luminous, almost pearlescent quality, glowing with an inner light. The air here feels different, imbued with a profound sense of history and reverence. The silence is deeper, broken only by the gentle whisper of the night breeze through the columns, a sound that might be interpreted as the soft breath of the gods themselves. The ground beneath our feet here is no longer a dusty path, but perhaps a paved approach, made of large, irregular flagstones, smoothed by the passage of countless feet over centuries. The cool, smooth surface of these stones offers a gentle sensation with each step. Imagine the intricate details of these structures, now softened by the moonlight. The pediments, once adorned with vibrant sculptures depicting mythological scenes, now stand as elegant triangles against the night sky, their forms simplified, yet no less grand. The metopes and triglyphs of the frieze, which once told stories in stone, are now subtle variations in texture, their narratives whispered by the play of light and shadow. The columns themselves are a marvel of ancient engineering and artistry. Doric columns, with their sturdy, unfluted shafts and simple capitals, convey a sense of strength and timelessness. Ionic columns, more slender and elegant, feature volutes, those distinctive scroll-like ornaments on their capitals, adding a touch of sophisticated grace. And the Corinthian columns, the most ornate, boast capitals adorned with acanthus leaves, a testament to the intricate craftsmanship of the ancient sculptors. Under the moon, these distinctions become subtle, yet their collective grandeur is undeniable. The moonlight casts long, soft shadows that stretch across the temple grounds, elongating the columns and creating shifting patterns on the paved surfaces. These shadows are not dark or menacing, but deep, velvety pools of indigo, offering a gentle contrast to the silvery glow. They move imperceptibly as the moon continues its slow arc across the sky, a silent celestial dance. We are walking among these silent guardians, these enduring testaments to human ingenuity and devotion. The cool, smooth marble underfoot feels solid and grounding, a connection to the very foundations of Western civilization. The air is still, carrying only the faintest echo of the past, a sense of profound peace that settles over the soul. Consider the construction of these magnificent edifices. Ancient Greek builders, without the aid of modern machinery, employed ingenious methods. They used massive stone blocks, quarried often many miles away, transported by oxen, and then meticulously shaped and fitted together with extraordinary precision. Each block was carved to interlock perfectly, often without mortar, relying on the sheer weight and exactness of the cuts to create structures that have withstood earthquakes and the ravages of time for millennia. The dedication involved in such undertakings was immense. Generations of artisans, sculptors, and laborers contributed their skills, driven by a shared vision of beauty and reverence. The temples were not merely buildings, they were sacred spaces, dwelling places for the gods, focal points for communal worship and civic identity. Under the moon, this sense of purpose, this ancient devotion, still resonates within the very stones. The moonlight filters through the gaps between the columns, creating ethereal shafts of light that illuminate the dust motes dancing in the air, tiny specks of ancient history suspended in the silver glow. It is a mesmerizing sight, a slow, silent ballet of light and particulate matter, reminding us of the delicate balance of existence. The structures here are not isolated. They are often part of larger sanctuaries, complexes that included altars, treasuries, and stowers, covered walkways that provided shelter and gathering places. Even under the moon, one can sense the layout, the careful planning that went into creating these sacred precincts. The paths between the temples are wide and clear, inviting a slow, contemplative stroll. The air is cool against the skin, a gentle caress that invites a deeper sense of tranquility. The silence is profound, broken only by the softest sounds, perhaps the distant hoot of an owl, or the gentle rustle of a lizard moving through the dry leaves. These are the sounds of the ancient night, timeless and comforting. Imagine touching the surface of a column, feeling the cool, smooth marble, the subtle undulations of its fluting, worn by centuries of wind and rain, yet still retaining its inherent strength. This tactile connection deepens the immersion, grounding the experience in physical reality, even as the mind drifts into a state of deep calm. The stone holds the memory of countless moonlit nights, of prayers whispered and offerings made. The moon itself seems to be a silent witness, its light a constant, unwavering presence. It illuminates the landscape with a soft, blue-silver hue, transforming the familiar into something ethereal and dreamlike. The world becomes a monochrome painting where shades of grey and silver define the forms, and shadows add depth and mystery. As we move deeper into the temple complex, the sense of quiet grandeur only intensifies. Each temple, whether large or small, possesses its own unique character, its own story etched in stone. Some might have been dedicated to Zeus, the king of the gods, others to Athena, goddess of wisdom, or Apollo, god of light and music. Regardless of their specific dedication, they all share a common thread of timeless beauty and spiritual significance. The intricate carvings on a temple pediment, though softened by moonlight, still hint at the artistry that brought them to life. Figures of gods and heroes, once vibrant with paint, now stand as graceful, simplified forms, their narratives conveyed through posture and silhouette. The moonlight picks out the subtle curves of drapery, the strong lines of musculature, the serene expressions on ancient faces. The transformation of these familiar daytime scenes into mysterious nightscapes is complete. What might appear as stark ruins by day, now under the moon, become majestic, living entities imbued with a quiet power. The harsh edges are softened, the imperfections concealed, revealing only the enduring essence of their design. The air here might carry the faintest imagined scent of ancient incense, a lingering echo of rituals performed millennia ago. This subtle aroma, combined with the earthy scent of stone and dry vegetation, creates a unique olfactory tapestry that anchors the experience in this specific time and place. The subtle shift in colors as the world turns monochrome under moonlight is a soothing visual experience. The vibrant blues and greens of the Mediterranean day are replaced by a palette of silver, charcoal, and deep indigo. This simplification of color allows the mind to focus on form and texture, leading to a deeper state of relaxation. The moon, now higher in the sky, casts a more direct, yet still gentle light. It illuminates the subtle textures of ancient stone, the delicate veins in the marble, the rough patches where time has left its mark, and the smooth surfaces polished by human touch. It also highlights the gnarled branches of ancient olive trees that grow nearby, their silvery leaves shimmering like 1,000 tiny mirrors. These temples are not just structures, they are silent, watchful entities, standing guard over the passage of time. They have witnessed countless moonlit nights, countless generations, and they continue to stand, embodying a quiet, ancient energy under the celestial light. Their presence is a comforting constant, a reminder of enduring strength and quiet majesty. The faint glimmer of distant stars, reflected on the calm surface of the Aegean Sea, might be visible from this elevated vantage point. It is a breathtaking sight, a connection between the heavens and the earth, a shimmering ribbon of light that stretches to the horizon. The sea, usually a vibrant blue, is now a vast expanse of dark, polished silver, its surface barely disturbed by the softest of swells. The moonlight is portrayed as having a purifying or cleansing quality, washing over the ancient landscape, erasing the day's concerns, and leaving behind a sense of pristine calm. It is not static. It moves slowly across surfaces, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow, a gentle, ever-changing tableau. The temples are imbued with a sense of enduring strength and quiet majesty under this celestial glow. They stand as monuments to human aspiration and spiritual connection, their forms speaking a language of timeless beauty. The moonlight reveals the subtle textures of ancient stone and the gnarled olive branches, each detail contributing to the rich tapestry of this moonlit world. These places are characterized by profound silence, where only the sounds of nature intrude, the gentle sigh of the wind, the distant call of a night bird, the soft rustle of leaves. It is a silence that invites introspection, a quiet space for the mind to rest and rejuvenate. The temples are not just structures, but are described as silent witnesses to millennia of moonlit nights. They have observed the changing seasons, the passing of empires, and the enduring rhythm of the cosmos. Their presence offers a sense of stability and continuity, a comforting anchor in the vastness of time. The moonlight casts long, echoing of the temples, yet gentle violence, soft shadows that stretch across the ancient landscape, creating a sense of depth and mystery. These shadows are not foreboding, but inviting, drawing the eye into the quiet recesses of the scene, encouraging a deeper visual exploration without effort. As we prepare to leave the silent temples, a sense of profound peace settles over the land. The moonlight continues to bathe everything in its soft, silver glow, a gentle benediction. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, sweet scent of wild herbs and the subtle tang of the distant sea. The sounds of the night remain soft and rhythmic, a lullaby woven by nature itself. The path ahead, now gently descending, leads away from these majestic structures, guiding us deeper into the ancient land. It winds between low-lying hills towards the whispering olive groves that stretch across the valleys. The transition is seamless, a natural progression from the quiet grandeur of the temples to the serene embrace of the ancient trees. The moonlight illuminates this new path, a soft, inviting ribbon, leading us further into the heart of this tranquil, moonlit world. The path ahead, now gently descending, leads away from these majestic structures, guiding us deeper into the ancient land. It winds between low-lying hills towards the whispering olive groves that stretch across the valleys. The transition is seamless, a natural progression from the quiet grandeur of the temples to the serene embrace of the ancient trees. The moonlight illuminates this new path, a soft, inviting ribbon leading us further into the heart of this tranquil, moonlit world. The air here carries a different scent, a subtle fragrance of earth and distant brine, mingling with the unmistakable, gentle perfume of olive leaves. The ground beneath our feet is no longer the polished marble of the Acropolis, but the softer, yielding earth of the countryside, perhaps a mixture of compacted soil and small, smooth stones worn by countless footsteps over millennia. This path, though ancient, feels alive, a conduit connecting us to the very essence of this land. It is a path that has been trodden by philosophers and farmers, by soldiers returning from distant campaigns, and by merchants carrying their wares to market. Each step taken upon it is a quiet echo of those who walked before, a silent testament to the enduring spirit of Greece. As we move away from the immediate vicinity of the temples, the scale of the landscape begins to shift. The towering columns and pediments recede into the moonlit distance, becoming ethereal silhouettes against the velvet sky. The hills around us, once merely a backdrop, now assert their presence, their gentle slopes and rounded contours creating a sense of enclosure, a protective embrace. These hills, often covered in wild thyme, oregano, and other aromatic herbs, would have been familiar to the ancient Greeks. They provided grazing for goats and sheep, timber for construction, and vantage points for observing the surrounding plains and the distant sea. The very names of these hills often carried mythological significance, linking the physical landscape to the rich tapestry of Greek legends. The descent continues, a gradual easing into the lower elevations, where the land flattens out into broad, fertile plains. It is here that the olive groves begin in earnest, not as scattered trees, but as vast, ordered plantations stretching as far as the eye can see. The olive tree, Olea europaea, is perhaps the most iconic symbol of Greece, deeply intertwined with its history, culture, and economy. Its presence is not merely agricultural, it is spiritual, mythological, and deeply practical. The goddess Athena, patroness of Athens, was said to have gifted the olive tree to the city, a symbol of peace and prosperity, outcompeting Poseidon's gift of a saltwater spring. Under the soft moonlight, the olive trees appear as ancient sentinels, their silvery leaves shimmering in the gentle night breeze, their gnarled trunks twisted into fantastical shapes by centuries of growth and the elements. Their silvery green leaves shimmer faintly, catching the lunar glow, creating an almost liquid light that dances through the branches. The leaves are small, narrow, and leathery, designed to conserve moisture in the dry Mediterranean climate. They are evergreen, providing a constant presence of life and color, even through the leanest months. The branches, often spreading wide, form a canopy that filters the moonlight into dappled patterns on the earth below. Walking through an olive grove at night is a unique experience. The air is still, often carrying the faint, earthy scent of the trees themselves, a subtle, almost woody aroma. The silence is profound, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in a barely perceptible breeze, or perhaps the distant call of a night bird. The rows of trees, planted with remarkable precision even in ancient times, create natural aisles, inviting us deeper into their embrace. The spacing between trees was carefully considered, allowing each one sufficient sunlight and root space, a testament to the sophisticated agricultural practices of the ancient Greeks. They understood the importance of sustainable cultivation, ensuring the longevity of their precious groves. The olive tree was not just a source of food, it was a cornerstone of ancient Greek life. Olive oil, extracted from the fruit, served countless purposes. It was a primary source of fat in the diet, used for cooking and preserving food. It fueled lamps, providing illumination for homes, temples, and public spaces after sunset. It was a crucial component in hygiene and beauty, used as a cleanser, moisturizer, and anointing oil. Athletes would rub their bodies with olive oil before exercise, both protection and as a ritual. Its medicinal properties were also well known, used in various remedies and balms. The wood of the olive tree, though hard and difficult to work, was prized for its durability and beauty, used for crafting tools, furniture, and even small statues. The cultivation of olives was a highly organized affair. Groves were often family-owned, passed down through generations, each tree representing a living legacy. The harvest, typically in late autumn, was a communal event, bringing families and communities together. Olives were picked by hand or by gently shaking the branches and collecting the fallen fruit on nets spread beneath the trees. This labor-intensive process ensured the quality of the olives, as bruised fruit could affect the oil's flavor and longevity. The pressing of the oil was equally important, often done using large stone presses, where the olives were crushed into a paste, then pressed to extract the golden liquid. The first pressing yielded the highest quality oil, often reserved for sacred purposes or for the wealthiest citizens. As we move deeper into the grove, the moonlight filters through the dense canopy, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. The gnarled trunks, some appearing almost sculpted, tell stories of centuries. Some trees might be hundreds, even thousands of years old, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of empires, to the passing of countless human lives. It is believed that some olive trees in Greece today are direct descendants of those planted in antiquity, their roots reaching deep into the same earth that sustained the ancient civilization. The sheer resilience of the olive tree is remarkable. It can survive droughts, fires, and harsh winters, always returning to bear fruit. The path here is softer, perhaps covered with fallen leaves and small, smooth stones. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, earthy scent of the trees themselves, a subtle, almost woody aroma. The silence is profound, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in a barely perceptible breeze, or perhaps the distant call of a night bird. The rows of trees, planted with remarkable precision, even in ancient times, create natural aisles, inviting us deeper into their embrace. The spacing between trees was carefully considered, allowing each one sufficient sunlight and root space, a testament to the sophisticated agricultural practices of the ancient Greeks. They understood the importance of sustainable cultivation, ensuring the longevity of their precious groves. The olive groves often stretched across the plains and up the gentle slopes of the hills, forming a vital part of the agricultural landscape. Beyond the olives, other crops would have been cultivated in ancient times. Grains like barley and wheat, essential for bread making, grapes for wine, another cornerstone of Greek life and ritual, and various vegetables and legumes. The Greek diet, though often perceived as simple, was remarkably balanced, relying heavily on these staple crops, supplemented by fish from the abundant seas and occasional meat. The self-sufficiency of the oikos, the household, was a key economic principle, with families striving to produce most of what they needed from their own land. The moonlight here is a gentle guide, illuminating the ancient winding path. It is a path that has seen the passage of time, the changing seasons, and the quiet rhythms of agricultural life. Imagine a farmer, perhaps a small landowner, walking this very path at dawn, heading to his fields, or returning at dusk, his day's labor complete. His tools would have been simple: a wooden plow, perhaps tipped with iron, drawn by oxen, a sickle for harvesting grain, a basket for collecting olives. His life would have been intimately connected to the land, to the cycles of nature, and to the blessings of the gods who governed the harvests. The social structure of ancient Greece, particularly in agricultural regions, was often centered around these small landholdings. While city-states like Athens and Sparta are famous for their political innovations and military prowess, the vast majority of the population lived in rural areas, engaged in farming. The concept of citizenship, particularly in Athens, was often tied to land ownership, reinforcing the importance of agricultural prosperity. The land was not just a source of livelihood, it was a source of identity, status, and civic participation. As we continue our gentle descent, the olive trees begin to thin slightly, giving way to broader, more open spaces. The terrain becomes flatter, leading us towards what might be a small ancient village or a cluster of farmhouses. In ancient Greece, rural settlements varied greatly in size and complexity. Some were little more than isolated farmsteads, while others grew into small towns, complete with a central agora, a few temples, and perhaps a public well. These communities were often self-sufficient, relying on local resources and trade with neighboring villages. The architecture of these rural dwellings would have been modest, constructed from readily available materials: sun-dried mud bricks, stone, and timber for roofs, often thatched with reeds or covered with terracotta tiles. Homes were typically simple, functional structures, designed to provide shelter from the elements and a place for family life, an essential feature for light, air, and various domestic activities. The hearth, a central fireplace, was the heart of the home, used for cooking and warmth, and often held sacred significance. The moonlight now bathes these imagined structures in a soft, ethereal glow. We can almost perceive the outlines of ancient walls, perhaps a low stone fence delineating a property, or the faint impression of a well-worn track leading to a communal water source. Water was always a precious commodity in Greece, and wells or natural springs were often focal points for community life, places where people gathered, exchanged news, and drew sustenance. The engineering required to locate and maintain these water sources, sometimes involving underground channels or aqueducts, was a testament to ancient ingenuity. The air here feels even more still, a profound quietude settling over the landscape. The sounds of the night are subtle, the distant chirping of crickets, the soft rustle of leaves, perhaps the gentle hoot of an owl from a nearby grove. These are the timeless sounds of the Greek countryside, sounds that have echoed through these valleys for thousands of years, unchanged by the march of history. They evoke a sense of deep connection to the past, a feeling of being immersed in a world that, despite its antiquity, feels remarkably present. The path now seems to widen slightly, perhaps indicating that we are approaching a more established route. An ancient road that connected these rural areas to larger towns or cities. Ancient Greek roads, while not as famously engineered as Roman roads, were nonetheless vital arteries for trade, communication, and military movement. They were often unpaved, relying on compacted earth and natural contours, but they were carefully maintained and marked, ensuring safe passage for travelers. Along these roads, one might find small shrines to Hermes, the god of travelers, or markers indicating distances. As we continue, the scent of the olive trees gradually gives way to a broader, more encompassing aroma of the land itself. a mix of dry earth, wild herbs, and the faint, unmistakable tang of the sea carried on the night air. This subtle shift in fragrance signals our approach to the coast, to the edge of the Aegean. The sea, for the ancient Greeks, was not just a body of water. It was a living entity, a source of both bounty and peril, a highway to distant lands, and a boundary of their known world. The land begins to slope even more gently, almost imperceptibly, towards the unseen coastline. The moon, now higher in the sky, casts a wider, more encompassing light, illuminating the broad expanse of the plain before us. The olive groves have largely receded, replaced by low-lying scrubland, perhaps dotted with hardy Mediterranean bushes like mastic, myrtle, and juniper. These plants are well adapted to the coastal environment, their tough leaves and deep roots allowing them to thrive in saline conditions and strong winds. The sound of the sea, initially a mere whisper on the wind, begins to grow louder. A soft, rhythmic sigh. It is the sound of waves breaking gently on a distant shore, a steady, soothing pulse that draws us ever closer. This sound, more than any other, connects us directly to the heart of ancient Greek civilization. The Greeks were a maritime people, their lives inextricably linked to the sea. From the earliest Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations to the classical city-states, the Aegean was their lifeblood, their highway, and their inspiration. The path, now less defined, seems to dissolve into the open landscape, guiding us across a final stretch of low-lying terrain. The ground here might be sandy in places, or covered with smooth, water-worn pebbles, indicating the proximity to the shore. The air becomes noticeably cooler, carrying a distinct freshness, a clean, briny scent that invigorates the senses. This is the air of the coast, perpetually moving, perpetually renewing. And then, through a final parting of the low scrub, the Aegean Sea reveals itself. It is not a dramatic reveal, but a gradual unfolding, a soft, luminous expanse stretching out to the horizon. Under the moonlight, the sea is a vast, shimmering canvas, a deep, inky blue that merges seamlessly with the dark sky at the furthest reaches. The moonlight, reflecting off the water's surface, creates a path of silver, a shimmering road leading out into the infinite. The shoreline here is likely a quiet, secluded cove, perhaps a small sandy beach interspersed with smooth, rounded stones. The waves, now clearly audible, lap gently against the shore, a soft, rhythmic whisper that is profoundly calming. This is not the crashing roar of an ocean, but the gentle, consistent murmur of an inland sea, a sound that has lulled countless generations to sleep. The Aegean, with its myriad islands and sheltered bays, was a relatively calm sea, making it ideal for ancient navigation. The ancient Greeks were master mariners. Their ships, primarily galleys powered by oars and sails, were ingeniously designed for both trade and warfare. The trireme, a warship with 3 banks of oars, was a marvel of ancient engineering, capable of remarkable speed and maneuverability. Merchant ships, broader and deeper, carried goods like olive oil, wine, pottery, and grain across the Aegean and beyond, connecting Greece to the wider Mediterranean world. Trade was a vital component of the Greek economy, fostering cultural exchange and the spread of ideas. Standing here on the edge of the moonlit Aegean, one can almost feel the presence of those ancient mariners. Imagine a small fishing boat, perhaps a simple kaiki, its single mast silhouetted against the moon, its nets cast into the dark waters. Fishing was a primary occupation for many coastal communities, providing a crucial source of protein. The sea was generous, offering a bounty of fish, octopus, squid, and shellfish, all integral to the Greek diet. The islands of the Aegean, though unseen in the darkness, are a constant presence, their faint outlines perhaps visible on a clearer night, or their very existence felt in the subtle currents and the distant lights of unseen settlements. Each island, from the smallest rocky outcrop to the largest landmass, held its own myths, its own history, its own unique character. They were stepping stones for trade, havens for sailors, and often independent city-states in their own right, each contributing to the rich mosaic of Greek civilization. The air here is clean and cool, carrying the pure essence of the sea. The gentle breeze that rustles the low coastal vegetation carries with it the scent of salt and brine, a refreshing contrast to the earthy aromas of the olive groves. The sky above is a vast, dark expanse, studded with countless stars, each one a distant sun, a silent witness to the passage of time. The moon, now high above, casts its benevolent light over the entire scene, transforming the familiar into something magical and serene. The rhythm of the waves is steady, hypnotic. Each gentle surge and retreat of the water against the shore is a natural lullaby, a timeless melody that speaks of constancy and peace. The water itself, under the moonlight, appears almost translucent at the very edge, revealing the smooth, dark pebbles beneath. Further out, it becomes a deep, impenetrable blue, reflecting the celestial light in a myriad of tiny shimmering points. This quiet moonlit shore is a place of profound tranquility. It is a place where the ancient world feels incredibly close, where the echoes of history are carried on the sea breeze. The struggles and triumphs of the ancient Greeks, their philosophies and their art, their daily lives and their grand narratives, all seem to converge here on this peaceful coastline under the watchful gaze of the moon. This is a place for quiet contemplation, for simply being present in the moment, enveloped by the timeless beauty of the Aegean night. The subtle sounds of the sea, the rhythmic lapping of the waves, the soft sigh of the breeze, these are sounds that have resonated through the ages, sounds that connect us to the very heart of this ancient land. They are sounds that invite a deep sense of peace, a quiet surrender to the gentle embrace of the night. The moonlit path has brought us to this tranquil sanctuary, a place where the whispers of the past merge with the stillness of the present. The journey from the majestic temples, through the ancient olive groves, and finally to this serene coastline has been a gentle descent into the very essence of Greece, a soft unfolding of its timeless beauty under the benevolent gaze of the moon. The air is cool, the sounds are soft, and the world feels perfectly still. The air is cool, the sounds are soft, and the world feels perfectly still. We stand now on the edge of the Aegean, where the land yields to the vast shimmering expanse of the sea. The moon, a silver orb suspended in the velvet sky, casts its ethereal glow across the water, painting a path of light that stretches to the horizon. This is the Aegean Sea, a body of water that has cradled civilizations for millennia, its currents carrying the echoes of ancient mariners and the whispers of mythical tales. The Aegean is an elongated embayment of the Mediterranean Sea, situated between the Greek and Anatolian peninsulas. It connects to the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea through the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits, forming a crucial maritime highway that facilitated trade, conquest, and cultural exchange throughout antiquity. Its name is often attributed to Aegeus, the mythical king of Athens, father of Theseus, who was said to have drowned himself in its waters when he mistakenly believed his son had perished. Another theory suggests its name derives from the ancient Greek word aeges, meaning waves, a fitting description for its often lively surface. Geologically, the Aegean Sea is a submerged part of the ancient landmass of Aegeus, which connected the present-day Greek mainland with Asia Minor. Tectonic activity, particularly the subduction of the African plate beneath the Eurasian plate, led to the subsidence of this landmass, forming the numerous islands and deep basins we see today. The seabed is characterized by a complex topography, featuring deep trenches, volcanic arcs, and vast shelves. The deepest point, known as the Phreato of Icaria, plunges to over 2,500 meters, a silent abyss beneath the moonlit surface. The islands of the Aegean are often grouped into several archipelagos: the Cyclades, the Dodecanese, the Sporades, the Saronic Islands, and the North Aegean Islands. Each cluster possesses its own distinct character, shaped by geological forces, historical events, and local traditions. The Cyclades, for instance, form a rough circle around the sacred island of Delos, their arid landscapes punctuated by whitewashed villages and ancient ruins. The Dodecanese, meaning 12 islands, lie closer to the coast of Asia Minor, bearing the marks of various occupations, from the Knights of St. John to the Ottomans. Under the moon's gentle illumination, the sea itself seems to breathe, its surface rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. The water here is renowned for its clarity and its vibrant shades of blue, though tonight, under the moonlight, it transforms into a canvas of silver and deep indigo. The salinity of the Aegean is slightly lower than that of the open Mediterranean due to the inflow of fresher water from the Black Sea, which contributes to its unique marine ecosystems. Ancient Greek civilization was inextricably linked to the Aegean. It was not merely a boundary but a highway, a source of sustenance, and a realm of both wonder and peril. The Minoan civilization, flourishing on Crete from roughly 2700 to 1450 BCE, was a thalassocracy, a sea power, whose influence spread across the Aegean islands. Their sophisticated palaces, like Knossos, were centers of trade and culture, connected by a network of maritime routes. The Mycenaean civilization, which emerged on the Greek mainland around 1600 BCE, also mastered seafaring, establishing trading posts and colonies throughout the Aegean and beyond. The Athenian Empire, at its zenith in the 5th century BCE, was built upon its naval supremacy in the Aegean. The trireme, a swift and agile warship propelled by 3 banks of oars, was the backbone of their fleet. battles like Salamis, where the Athenian navy decisively defeated the Persian fleet in 480 BCE, secured Greek independence, and cemented Athens' dominance. The Aegean was their lifeline, supplying timber for their ships, food for their populace, and routes for their commerce. Tonight, the only vessels visible are perhaps a few distant fishing boats, their lights like scattered stars on the water, or perhaps the occasional ferry, a silent silhouette gliding between islands. But in ancient times, this sea would have teemed with activity. Merchant ships, known as Halkades, with their broad hulls and single square sails, would have plied these waters, laden with amphorae of wine and olive oil, sacks of grain, and precious metals. Warships would have patrolled, their bronze rams gleaming in the sun, their oarsmen chanting in unison. The wind, a soft breath from the land, carries the scent of salt and the faintest hint of pine. It is a meltemi, a dry northerly wind that blows across the Aegean during the summer months. While often strong enough to challenge ancient sailors, tonight it is merely a gentle caress, rustling the sparse coastal vegetation. These winds were crucial for sailing, allowing ships to navigate without constant reliance on oars, though they also posed significant dangers, capable of whipping the sea into a tempest. The coastline here is rugged, characteristic of much of Greece. Cliffs of limestone, sculpted by millennia of wind and wave, plunge into the moonlit waters. Small coves, hidden from the open sea, offer sheltered havens, much as they did for ancient mariners seeking refuge from storms or a place to rest their crews. The geology of the Greek coastline is a testament to its turbulent past, a landscape shaped by volcanic activity, seismic shifts, and the relentless erosion of the sea. As we gaze out, the moon's reflection stretches towards us, a shimmering path inviting contemplation. This path of light seems to lead not just across the water, but through time itself, connecting us to those who stood on these very shores thousands of years ago. They too would have watched the moon rise over the Aegean, its silver light illuminating their hopes, their fears, and their dreams. The constellations above, Ursa Major, Orion, Cassiopeia, would have been familiar guides, their patterns etched into the collective consciousness of ancient navigators and poets. The stars in the clear Greek sky are exceptionally bright tonight, undimmed by city lights. Ancient Greeks placed immense importance on celestial observation. Astronomy was not merely a scientific pursuit, but an integral part of their mythology, religion, and practical life. The movements of the stars and planets were believed to influence human destiny, and their positions were used for navigation, agriculture, and the timing of religious festivals. Eudoxus of Cnidus, a contemporary of Plato, developed one of the first sophisticated models of the cosmos, proposing a system of concentric spheres to explain planetary motion. The island of Delos, though not visible from our current vantage point, serves as a powerful reminder of the Aegean's sacred geography. It was revered as the birthplace of the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, children of Zeus and Leto. For centuries, Delos was a major religious and commercial center, a neutral sanctuary where Greeks from various city-states could gather. Its ruins under the moon are a silent testament to its former glory, its marble lions guarding a sacred lake that once shimmered with divine presence. The sound of the waves, a soft, rhythmic hush, is the oldest lullaby. It is a sound that has echoed through the ages, a constant companion to the rise and fall of civilizations. The sea itself is a living entity, its currents and tides driven by the gravitational pull of the moon and sun, its depths teeming with life. The Mediterranean monk seal, one of the most endangered marine mammals, still finds refuge in the secluded caves along these coasts, a rare glimpse of ancient marine biodiversity. The marine life of the Aegean is diverse, adapted to its specific conditions. Posidonia oceanica, a species of seagrass endemic to the Mediterranean, forms vast underwater meadows that are vital nurseries for fish and other marine organisms. These meadows, often referred to as the lungs of the Mediterranean, play a crucial role in oxygen production and carbon sequestration. Beneath the moonlit surface, a complex web of life unfolds, from tiny plankton to larger fish, all part of the delicate balance of this ancient sea. The stories of the Aegean are woven into the fabric of Greek mythology. Odysseus's epic journey home, chronicled by Homer, took him across these very waters, encountering sirens, cyclops, and vengeful gods. The Argonauts, led by Jason, sailed through the Aegean in their quest for the Golden Fleece, navigating treacherous straits and mythical beasts. These tales, passed down through generations, speak to the profound relationship between the Greeks and their sea, a relationship marked by both reverence and fear. The moon continues its silent ascent, its light growing ever stronger, transforming the landscape into a dreamlike tableau of silver and shadow. The distant islands, mere smudges on the horizon earlier, now appear with greater definition, their mountainous silences etched against the starry sky. These islands, each with its own history and charm, are like stepping stones across the Aegean, connecting the disparate parts of the Greek world. Consider the island of Santorini, known in antiquity as Thera. Its dramatic caldera, a result of one of the largest volcanic eruptions in human history around 1600 BCE, shaped not only its landscape, but also possibly inspired the legend of Atlantis. The Minoan settlement of Akrotiri, buried under volcanic ash, offers a remarkably preserved snapshot of Bronze Age life, its multi-story buildings and vibrant frescoes revealing a sophisticated culture. Or Rhodes, the largest of the Dodecanese islands, famous for its Colossus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This colossal bronze statue of the sun god Helios stood guard over the harbor entrance, a beacon for sailors and a symbol of Rhodian power. Though it fell during an earthquake in 226 BCE, its legend endures, reminding us of the ambition and engineering prowess of the ancient Greeks.
The air is still, save for the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. The temperature has cooled further, a pleasant crispness that invites a deeper sense of tranquility. The scent of wild herbs, perhaps thyme or oregano, carried on the breeze from the nearby hills, mingles with the salt air, creating a unique and soothing aroma. These herbs, integral to Greek cuisine and medicine, have grown on these sun-drenched hillsides for millennia. The soundscape of this moonlit coast is minimalist, a symphony of natural elements. The rhythmic pulse of the waves, the whisper of the wind,
and the occasional distant call of a night bird are the only sounds that break the profound stillness. This quietude is a balm, allowing the mind to wander freely, to absorb the vastness of the sea and the timelessness of the land. The ancient Greeks were deeply attuned to their environment, their lives intimately connected to the rhythms of nature. The sea provided food, transportation, and a connection to the wider world. The land, though often rugged, yielded olives, grapes, and grains, staples of their diet. Their architecture, philosophy, and art often reflected this harmonious relationship with their surroundings, seeking balance, proportion, and beauty inspired by the natural world. The temples we visited earlier, standing majestically on their acropolises, were built with local stone, their forms echoing the contours of the mountains and the clarity of the sky. The olive groves, with their gnarled ancient trees, are living monuments to a cultivation practice that dates back thousands of years. The olive tree a symbol of peace, wisdom, and prosperity. The moonlight, now at its zenith, bathes everything in a soft, diffused light, blurring the sharp edges of the day and transforming the familiar into something ethereal. The shadows are long and fluid, dancing with the subtle movements of the wind. This quality of light, so different from the harsh glare of the sun, invites introspection and a sense of calm. The concept of phos, or light, was profound in ancient Greek thought. It was associated with knowledge, truth, and divine presence. The moon, Selene, was a goddess, often depicted driving a silver chariot across the night sky. Her gentle light a counterpoint to the fiery brilliance of the sun god Helios. Her cycles influenced tides, agricultural practices, and even human moods. As we stand here, under the watchful eye of Selene, the weight of history feels palpable, yet comforting. The echoes of ancient voices, the footsteps of philosophers, warriors, and poets seem to resonate from the very stones and waves around us. This land, this sea, is imbued with their stories, their struggles, and their triumphs. The journey we have taken from the grand architectural marvels to the serene olive groves and now to this tranquil coastline has been a gradual shedding of the day's concerns. Each step has led us deeper into the heart of Greece and deeper into a state of peaceful contemplation. The transition from the structured beauty of the temples to the organic grace of the groves, and finally to the untamed expanse of the sea, mirrors a journey inward towards a quieter, more elemental self. The gentle rocking of the waves, a timeless rhythm, becomes a soothing pulse. It is a reminder of the continuous flow of time, the ebb and flow of life, and the enduring presence of the natural world. The sea, vast and ancient, holds within its depths countless secrets, untold stories, and the quiet wisdom of ages. This is a place where the past is not merely remembered, but felt, where the air itself seems to carry the essence of antiquity. The moonlight acts as a bridge, connecting us to those who lived and dreamed under these same stars, on these same shores, thousands of years ago. Their legacy lives on, not just in the ruins and texts, but in the enduring beauty of the landscape and the spirit of this land. The gentle descent into the heart of this ancient world has brought us to a point of profound stillness. The world beyond this moonlit shore seems to recede, its complexities and demands fading into the periphery. Here, there is only the soft glow of the moon, the vast expanse of the Aegean, and the quiet rhythm of the waves. It is a moment of perfect peace, a timeless sanctuary where the soul can find rest. The moon's light continues to guide us, softly illuminating the path ahead, inviting us to explore the deeper tranquility that awaits. Slightly herbaceous aroma that speaks of purity and endurance. It mingles with the faint, sweet perfume of unseen wild herbs crushed underfoot or carried on the soft night air from nearby thickets. Perhaps a hint of thyme or wild oregano, their essential oils released into the cool night, adding another layer to this olfactory tapestry. This is not a strong, overwhelming fragrance, but a delicate, almost ethereal presence that enhances the sense of tranquility. As we move deeper into the grove, the world beyond seems to recede even further. The sounds of human activity are entirely absent here. Instead, the natural soundscape takes over. We might hear the gentle chirping of unseen nocturnal insects. Crickets, perhaps. Their rhythmic calls a steady, comforting pulse in the darkness. Occasionally, from the deeper shadows, there might be the soft hoot of an owl, a sound both ancient and familiar, a reminder of the wild, untamed beauty that still thrives in these quiet places. The owl's call is not startling, but rather a gentle affirmation of the night's living presence, a sound that settles into the quiet rhythm of the grove. The ground here is soft, cool earth, perhaps covered in a fine layer of dust, or the delicate dry leaves shed by the olive trees. One might imagine the sensation of walking barefoot, feeling the cool, yielding earth beneath one's feet, a direct connection to the ancient soil. The air itself feels different here. It is still, yet alive, carrying the subtle currents of the night. The gentle breeze that rustles the leaves is almost imperceptible on the skin, a fleeting caress that adds to the sense of being cradled by nature. The olive tree, Olea europaea, has been cultivated in the Mediterranean region for thousands of years, its history deeply intertwined with that of ancient Greece. Archaeological evidence suggests olive cultivation began as early as the Minoan civilization on Crete, around 3000 BC. The olive tree was not merely a source of food and oil. It was a symbol of peace, wisdom, fertility, and prosperity. In Greek mythology, the olive tree was sacred to the goddess Athena. The myth tells of a contest between Athena and Poseidon to become the patron deity of Attica. Poseidon struck his trident into the Acropolis, creating a saltwater spring, symbolizing naval power. Athena, however, planted an olive tree, offering the people food, oil, and wood. The Athenians chose Athena's gift, recognizing its immense practical and symbolic value. Olive oil was a cornerstone of the ancient Greek economy and daily life. It was used for cooking, as fuel for lamps, for anointing the body after bathing, in religious rituals, and even as medicine. Athletes in the Olympic Games would anoint themselves with olive oil before competition, and victors were often crowned with wreaths of olive leaves. the olive branch became a universal symbol of peace, often carried by messengers or offered as a sign of truce. The longevity of the olive tree itself, many ancient trees still bear fruit today, contributed to its symbolic association with endurance and immortality. As we rest beneath the ancient boughs of an olive tree, perhaps leaning against its deeply furrowed trunk, the moon's light continues to filter down, creating a unique, silvery sheen on the leaves. This silvery light seems to highlight the delicate veins of each leaf, making them appear almost translucent. The shadows cast by the branches are intricate and ever-shifting, a slow, silent dance on the ground, mirroring the gentle movement of the leaves above. The feeling here is one of profound shelter, a sense of being protected and enveloped by the ancient wisdom of the grove. The air is cool but not cold, a perfect temperature for contemplation and rest. The sounds are hushed, the scents are gentle, and the visual tapestry of moonlight and shadow is endlessly fascinating. This is a place where one can truly feel the pulse of the ancient world, not through grand ruins or bustling cities, but through the enduring, living presence of nature. The olive grove offers a refuge from the demands of the world, a quiet corner where the spirit can find solace and the mind can unwind. The whispers of the olive leaves continue, a soft, continuous murmur that seems to communicate the secrets of the ages. It is a sound that invites introspection, a gentle invitation to simply be present in this ancient moonlit space. The distant call of a nightingale might drift from a hidden thicket, its melodic notes weaving through the rustling leaves, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the nocturnal symphony. The nightingale's song, often associated with poetry and romance in ancient Greek literature, feels perfectly at home in this tranquil setting. The feeling of being cradled by nature here is palpable. The sturdy trunks, the widespread branches, the dense canopy, all contribute to a sense of enclosure and protection. It is like being in a vast open-air cathedral, where the columns are the ancient trees and the ceiling is the star-dusted sky, glimpsed in patches through the leaves. The air is still, yet vibrant, filled with the subtle energies of the living earth and the gentle breath of the night. The olive groves, with their ancient gnarled trunks, symbolize endurance and peace. They stand as silent witnesses to the passage of countless seasons, their roots holding firm against the winds of change. The soft sound of leaves rustling in the gentle breeze is a constant soothing presence, a natural white noise that helps to quiet the mind. Here, in this timeless embrace, the concept of time itself seems to dissolve, replaced by an eternal present moment. The moon, our constant companion, continues to cast its soft glow, illuminating the unique, silvery sheen on the olive leaves. This particular quality of light makes the grove appear almost magical, transforming the familiar into something ethereal. The shadows, which were once stark on the open shore, are now softer, more diffuse, blending into the deeper darkness of the grove. They dance and shift with the gentle night wind, creating a constantly evolving pattern that is both mesmerizing and calming. The subtle scent of wild herbs, carried on the night air from the groves, adds another layer to the sensory experience. It is a clean, earthy fragrance that speaks of the wild, untamed beauty of the Greek landscape. This natural perfume, combined with the rustling leaves and the distant murmur of the sea, creates an immersive environment that encourages a deep sense of peace. The soft hoot of an owl from within the olive groves serves as a gentle reminder of the nocturnal world that thrives here. It is a sound that connects us to the ancient rhythms of nature, a sound that has echoed through these groves for thousands of years. The owl, often associated with wisdom in ancient Greek culture, seems a fitting inhabitant of this wise and ancient place. These olive groves are truly a sanctuary, offering shelter and peace under the vast moonlit sky. They are a place where the soul can find rest, where the mind can wander freely, unburdened by the complexities of the modern world. The feeling of being completely surrounded by this ancient, living landscape is profoundly restorative, a deep connection to the enduring spirit of Greece. As we linger in the heart of these groves, the gentle rustling of the leaves and the subtle sense of the night begin to merge with another, more distant sound. It is the rhythmic lullaby of the vast Aegean Sea, a sound that has been a constant companion throughout our journey, now drawing us back towards its boundless embrace. The olive trees, having offered their wisdom and shelter, now seem to gently guide us back towards the shimmering expanse of the water. The sound of the Aegean Sea is a key auditory element, a deep resonant hum that has been subtly present even within the grove. Now, as we emerge from the denser parts of the olive grove, the sound becomes clearer, more distinct. It is the gentle lapping of waves, a recurring motif that speaks of infinite calm and timeless motion. The vastness of the Aegean Sea contributes profoundly to this sense of calm. Its endless horizon under the moon, creating a feeling of boundless peace. We find ourselves now on a secluded, moonlit cove, where the sand is soft and cool beneath our feet. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore is a continuous, rhythmic sound, a natural metronome for the night. This is not the crashing roar of an ocean, but the soft, consistent ebb and flow of a tranquil sea, perfectly modulated to aid in deep rest. The sound is layered, moving from the immediate, gentle lapping on the shore to a more distant, rhythmic ebb and flow that speaks of the sea's immense depth and breadth. The Aegean Sea itself is personified as a timeless, comforting presence. It reflects the moon, creating a shimmering, hypnotic visual on its surface. The moonlight glints off the calm water, transforming the dark expanse into a vast, sparkling canvas. This reflection is not static, it shimmers and dances with the subtle movement of the water, creating an ever-changing pattern of light that is endlessly captivating. The faint glimmer of distant stars also appears on the calm surface, adding to the celestial beauty of the scene. The sounds of the Aegean are mixed to create a sense of vastness and infinite calm. The rhythmic lapping of waves is at a frequency known to aid sleep, a gentle, consistent pulse that helps to quiet the mind. There are no sudden changes in volume or intensity, only a continuous soothing flow. The imagined coolness of the water, a refreshing yet calming sensation, seems to emanate from the sea itself, subtly cooling the air around us. From this secluded cove, we might glimpse distant, twinkling lights from ancient fishing boats, mere pinpricks of light on the vast, dark expanse. These lights are a reminder of human life, but they are so far away, so faint that they only add to the sense of peace, suggesting a quiet, enduring rhythm of life on the sea. The feeling is one of gentle sway, as if we are on a small boat, gently rocking on the calm Aegean, cradled by its movements. The subtle shimmer of moonlight on the dark, deep waters of the Aegean is a sight of profound beauty. The water appears almost black in its depths, yet the moon's light transforms its surface into a living mirror, reflecting the celestial sphere above. The horizon blends seamlessly with the moonlit sky, creating a sense of boundless peace, an infinite expanse where the earth meets the heavens. The sensation of walking barefoot on the cool, ancient earth or sand is grounding, a direct connection to this timeless landscape. We might visualize the reflection of the moon on the wet sand of the secluded beach, a perfect, luminous circle mirroring the one in the sky. The soft, almost imperceptible sound of sand shifting on the moonlit beach adds another delicate layer to the auditory experience, a whisper of the earth itself. The gentle sea breeze carries the scent of salt and distant land, a clean, invigorating aroma that clears the mind. This breeze is soft, a mere caress, never harsh or intrusive. It brings with it the vastness of the sea, the sense of open space and boundless freedom. The Aegean Sea's movement is characterized by a continuous, gentle ebb and flow, never crashing or turbulent. It is a steady, reassuring rhythm, a constant presence that has shaped this land and its people for millennia. We might hear the distant, almost inaudible sound of a lone boat gently rocking on the Aegean. A subtle creak of wood, a faint splash of water. This sound, like the distant fishing lights, only enhances the sense of tranquility, suggesting a quiet, solitary journey across the moonlit waters. The Aegean Sea's surface is a vast, shimmering canvas, reflecting the moon and stars, an ever-changing masterpiece painted by the night. The ancient Greeks held a deep reverence for the sea, particularly the Aegean, which was central to their lives, trade, and mythology. Homer's epics are filled with voyages across its waters, and countless myths tell of gods and heroes navigating its currents. The sea was both a provider and a formidable force, respected and feared in equal measure. Yet in this moonlit moment, it is only a source of profound calm, its vastness a comforting embrace. The consistent rhythmic sound of the waves acts as a natural metronome for sleep, a steady, unwavering beat that guides the mind towards deeper rest. The vastness of the Aegean, its infinite horizon under the moon, fosters a sense of perspective, making the concerns of the day seem small and distant. Here, by the edge of this ancient sea, under the watchful eye of the moon, there is only peace. The cool, refreshing sensation of the air, carrying the subtle scent of salt, invigorates the senses gently, without disturbing the growing tranquility. The visual of moonlight glinting off the calm surface of the Aegean Sea is a constant, shimmering spectacle, a gentle dance of light that soothes the eyes. This secluded moonlit cove feels like a secret haven, a place where the world's worries cannot intrude. The distant twinkling lights from ancient fishing boats continue their silent vigil, a reminder of the quiet lives lived in harmony with the sea. The gentle sway, as if on a small boat, is a feeling of being rocked and cradled, a return to a primordial sense of safety and comfort. The subtle shimmer of moonlight on the dark, deep waters is a constant source of wonder, a testament to the quiet power of the night. The faint glimmer of distant stars, reflected on the calm surface of the Aegean, adds another layer of celestial beauty to the scene. It is as if the heavens themselves are brought down to earth, mirrored in the tranquil waters. The sensation of walking barefoot on cool ancient earth or sand connects us directly to the timelessness of this place, a grounding experience that deepens the sense of peace. The reflection of the moon on the wet sand of the secluded beach is a perfect, luminous circle, a beacon of calm. The soft, almost imperceptible sound of sand shifting on the moonlit beach is a delicate whisper, a subtle sound that blends seamlessly with the gentle lapping of the waves. The feeling of the gentle sea breeze carrying the scent of salt and distant land is a constant, refreshing presence, a breath of the vast open world. The Aegean Sea's movement, characterized by a continuous gentle ebb and flow, is a profound source of comfort. It is a rhythm that has existed for eons, a constant, unchanging pulse that resonates with the deepest parts of our being. The distant, almost inaudible sound of a lone boat gently rocking on the Aegean speaks of quiet journeys, of solitary contemplation under the vast, star-filled sky. The Aegean Sea surface, a vast, shimmering canvas reflecting the moon and stars, is an image of boundless beauty and serenity. Its gentle rhythm, its vast expanse, and its timeless presence now envelop us completely. As the Aegean's lullaby deepens, the narrative gently brings together all elements: the ancient wisdom of the olive groves, the luminous presence of the moon, and the infinite calm of the sea, guiding us towards profound rest, a deeper immersion into the quietude of the ancient Greek night. The Aegean's lullaby now deepens, its ancient song a soft current, carrying us further into the heart of the Greek night. The moon, a silent sentinel, casts its silver over the waters, illuminating the gentle undulations of the sea. This vast expanse, stretching towards distant horizons, has always been a cradle of civilization, a pathway for ideas, and a source of profound inspiration for the people of ancient Greece. Its islands, scattered like jewels across the dark canvas, each hold their own stories, their own myths, their own unique character. Imagine the Cyclades, a circular dance of landmasses around the sacred island of Delos. Delos, a small rocky island, was considered the birthplace of the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, children of Zeus and Leto. Its sanctity meant that no one could be born or die on its soil, a decree enforced to preserve its divine purity. Pilgrims from all corners of the Greek world journeyed to Delos, especially for the quadrennial Delian Games, a festival of athletic and musical contests held in honor of Apollo. The island became a thriving commercial and religious center, its harbor bustling with ships, its streets lined with elaborate temples, stoas, and houses adorned with intricate mosaics. The moonlight now traces the faint outlines of these ancient structures, remnants of a glorious past. The Terrace of the Lions, a row of marble beasts, dedicated to Apollo by the Naxians in the 7th century BCE, stands guard, their weathered forms still conveying a sense of majesty. These lions, originally 9 or 12, were carved from Naxian marble, a material renowned for its brilliant white luster. Their purpose was to protect the sacred lake, a small body of water believed to be the spot where Leto gave birth. Though the lake itself was drained in the 20th century due to malaria concerns, the spirit of its sacred history endures. Beyond Delos, other islands beckon in the moonlight. Naxos, the largest of the Cyclades, was famed for its fertile lands, its marble quarries, and its strong connection to Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. Legend says that Ariadne, abandoned by Theseus, was found and married by Dionysus on Naxos. The island's rich agricultural output, particularly its grapes and olives, contributed significantly to its prosperity. Its marble, distinct from the Parian variety, was highly prized for sculpture and architecture, used in many monumental buildings throughout the Greek world. The colossal unfinished Kouros of Dionysus, still lying in an ancient quarry near Apollonius, serves as a testament to the island's sculptural prowess and its deep reverence for the gods. Paros, another Cycladic gem, was celebrated for its translucent white marble, often called Parian marble. This material, with its fine grain and luminous quality, was considered superior for statuary, allowing sculptors to achieve unparalleled detail and a lifelike sheen. Many of the most iconic sculptures of the classical period, including the Venus de Milo, were carved from Parian marble. Under the moon, one might imagine the ancient quarries, now silent, once echoing with the rhythmic chipping of tools, the careful extraction of these precious blocks that would travel across the Aegean to adorn temples and public spaces. The moonlight reflects off the gentle waves, guiding our gaze towards the larger islands, those with more rugged coastlines and deeper histories. Crete, the largest of the Greek islands, lies further south, a land steeped in Minoan myth and legend. Before the rise of Mycenaean Greece, the Minoan civilization flourished on Crete, reaching its zenith between 2700 and 1450 BCE. Their sophisticated culture, characterized by grand palaces like Knossos, Phaistos, and Malia, intricate frescoes, advanced plumbing systems, and a unique writing system known as Linear A, predates much of what we typically associate with ancient Greece. The Palace of Knossos, the most famous of these Minoan centers, was a sprawling complex of residential quarters, workshops, storerooms, and ceremonial spaces, constructed around a central courtyard. Its labyrinthine layout gave rise to the myth of the Minotaur, a monstrous creature housed in a maze beneath the palace, fed by Athenian youths. King Minos, the legendary ruler of Knossos, was said to have commissioned Daedalus, the master craftsman, to build this intricate labyrinth. The frescoes adorning the palace walls depicted vibrant scenes of nature, marine life, bull-leaping rituals, and elegant figures, offering a glimpse into their peaceful, artistic society. Under the moon's soft glow, one might envision the grand staircase of Knossos, its broad steps leading to upper floors, or the Queen's Megaron with its dolphin frescoes and light wells. The Minoans were skilled seafarers and traders, their ships traversing the Aegean, exchanging goods and ideas with civilizations across the Mediterranean. Their thalassocracy, or sea power, allowed them to maintain a vast network of trade routes, bringing prosperity and cultural exchange to their island kingdom. The sudden decline of the Minoan civilization around 1450 BCE remains a subject of scholarly debate, with theories ranging from volcanic eruptions on Thera to Mycenaean invasions. Further east, Rhodes, the island of the sun god Helios, stands bathed in moonlight. This strategically important island, located near the coast of Asia Minor, was a major maritime and commercial power in the Hellenistic period. Its most famous landmark, the Colossus of Rhodes, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This enormous bronze statue of Helios, standing over 100 feet tall, straddled the harbor entrance, its legs reportedly resting on massive pedestals on either side, allowing ships to sail between them. Built to commemorate the island's victory over Demetrius Poliorcetes in 305 BCE, it took 12 years to construct and was completed around 280 BCE. Though the Colossus stood for only 56 years before being toppled by an earthquake in 226 BCE, its legend persisted, inspiring awe for centuries. Its immense fragments lay where they fell for over 800 years, described by ancient writers as still impressive even in ruin. The moonlight now falls upon the harbor where it once stood, a silent tribute to the ambition and engineering prowess of the ancient Rhodians. The island's capital, also named Rhodes, was laid out on a grid plan by the architect Hippodamus of Miletus in the 5th century BCE, a testament to sophisticated urban planning. The Aegean Sea, a living tapestry of history and myth, continues its gentle rhythm. The sound of the waves, a consistent pulse, carries us across the water, towards the mainland, towards the rugged landscapes and soaring mountains that define the Greek peninsula. The Pindus mountain range, often called the spine of Greece, stretches like a colossal backbone through the country, its peaks reaching skyward, often snow-capped even into late spring. These mountains, with their deep gorges and dense forests, provided natural barriers, shaping the development of independent city-states and fostering a sense of regional identity. The moonlight illuminates the contours of these ancient ranges, revealing the dramatic interplay of light and shadow. The slopes are often covered with olive trees, their gnarled trunks and silvery leaves a familiar sight across the landscape. The olive tree, Olea europaea, is more than just a plant in Greece. It is a symbol of peace, prosperity, and wisdom, deeply intertwined with the nation's cultural and economic fabric for millennia. Its cultivation dates back to at least the Minoan civilization, where olive oil was used for food, fuel for lamps, anointing, and even as a base for perfumes and medicines. The process of cultivating olives was a meticulous one. Trees were carefully pruned, and the fruit was harvested, often by hand, or by gently shaking the branches to dislodge the ripe olives onto nets spread below. The olives were then crushed, typically in stone presses, to extract their precious oil. This oil, liquid gold as Homer called it, was a cornerstone of the ancient Greek diet and economy. It fueled the lamps that lit homes and temples during the long nights, its soft glow now imagined under the moon's own light. Beyond its practical uses, the olive tree held profound symbolic meaning. In Athenian mythology, the olive tree was a gift from the goddess Athena to the city of Athens, winning her patronage over Poseidon, who offered a saltwater spring.
The sacred olive tree on the Acropolis, said to have sprung from Athena's spear, was revered as a potent symbol of the city's divine protection and enduring spirit. Olive wreaths were awarded to victors at the Olympic Games, signifying honor and glory, a simple yet powerful emblem of achievement. The groves, now silent under the moon, whisper tales of ancient farmers, their hands calloused from generations of tending these venerable trees. The scent of olive leaves, a subtle, earthy aroma, seems to drift on the night air, a testament to the enduring presence of this remarkable plant. The moonlight filters through the dense canopy, creating intricate patterns on the ground, a natural mosaic of light and shade. As we move inland, the landscape transitions from coastal plains to rolling hills, then to the formidable mountains. The Peloponnese, a large peninsula in southern Greece, is a region rich in history, home to some of the most iconic sites of ancient Greece. Its name, meaning Island of Pelops, refers to a mythical king. This landmass, connected to the rest of Greece by the narrow Isthmus of Corinth, was the heartland of powerful city-states like Sparta, Mycenae, and Olympia. The moonlight now falls upon the ruins of Mycenae, a formidable citadel perched atop a hill, its massive cyclopean walls still inspiring awe. This was the legendary kingdom of Agamemnon, the king who led the Achaeans in the Trojan War. The Mycenaean civilization, flourishing from approximately 1600 to 1100 BCE, represented the first advanced civilization in mainland Greece. They were a warlike people, known for their elaborate fortifications, sophisticated bronze weaponry, and rich burial practices, including the famous tholos tombs, or beehive tombs, like the treasury of Atreus. The Lion Gate, the monumental entrance to the citadel, remains an iconic symbol of Mycenaean power. Two lionesses heraldically posed flank a central column, carved from a single block of limestone, their heads now missing. The sheer scale of these stones, some weighing many tons, led later Greeks to believe they were built by the Cyclopes, mythical one-eyed giants. Under the moon, the gate appears even more imposing, a silent guardian of a long-lost empire, its shadows stretching across the ancient path. Within the walls, the remains of the royal palace, Megaron, and grave circles are visible, their foundations tracing the layout of a once thriving city. The grave circle A, discovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century, yielded a trove of golden artifacts, including the famous Mask of Agamemnon, though it is now believed to belong to an earlier king. These treasures, along with the intricate frescoes and pottery found at the site, reveal a society of immense wealth and artistic skill. Further south in the Peloponnese lies Sparta, the legendary military powerhouse. Unlike Athens, Sparta left behind few monumental architectural remains, as its focus was on military training and austere living, rather than elaborate public buildings. The city's strength lay in its disciplined citizen soldiers, the hoplites, who were renowned for their unwavering courage and tactical prowess.
Spartan society was highly structured, with a strict social hierarchy and a rigorous system of education and training, known as the Agoge, which began for boys at the age of 7. The Moonlight now touches the Eurotas River, which flowed through the Spartan plain, providing fertile land for agriculture. The ancient city of Sparta itself was spread out, rather than concentrated around a single acropolis like Athens. Its most significant archaeological remains include the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia, where young Spartan boys underwent brutal initiation rituals, and a theatre built during the Roman period. The very simplicity of its ruins, under the quiet moonlight, speaks to the Spartan ethos of restraint and strength. To the west, nestled in the valley of the Alpheus River, lies Olympia, the site of the ancient Olympic Games. This sacred precinct, dedicated to Zeus, was not a city but a sanctuary, a place of worship and athletic competition. Every 4 years, athletes from across the Greek world would gather here for the Games, a period of truce, or ekakyria, declared to allow safe passage for competitors and spectators. The first recorded Olympic Games took place in 776 BCE, marking the beginning of the Greek calendar system. The moonlight now illuminates the ruins of the Temple of Zeus, once housing the colossal chryselephantine statue of Zeus, another of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This magnificent statue, crafted by Phidias, stood over 40 feet tall, depicting Zeus enthroned, made of ivory and gold. Though long lost, its grandeur is preserved in ancient descriptions and coin depictions. The stadium, where foot races and other athletic events took place, is still visible, its starting blocks and finish line preserved. The gymnasium, the palaestra for wrestling and boxing, and the hippodromes of chariot races all contributed to the bustling atmosphere of the Games. Imagine the quiet of the sanctuary now, under the moon, contrasting with the roar of the crowds and the shouts of the athletes that once filled this valley. The flame of the Olympic torch, a symbol of purity and enlightenment, was lit here, carrying its message of peace and competition across the land. The olive grove at Olympia, where the sacred wild olive tree provided branches for the victor's wreaths, remains a powerful symbol of the Games' enduring legacy. The journey continues, carried by the gentle current of the Aegean's breath, towards the heart of ancient Greek intellectual and artistic achievement. Athens, the city of Athena, stands as a beacon of democracy, philosophy, and architectural brilliance. The Acropolis, its sacred rock, rises majestically above the city, crowned by its magnificent temples. The moonlight bathes the Parthenon in a soft, ethereal glow, transforming its golden-hued marble into a luminous vision. The Parthenon, dedicated to the goddess Athena Parthenos, the virgin goddess, was built during the Golden Age of Athens under the leadership of Pericles between 447 and 432 BCE. It is considered the epitome of Doric architecture, though it incorporates elements of the Ionic order. Its precise proportions, its subtle optical refinements, such as the slight curvature of its stylobate and entablature, and the entasis, or slight bulging of its columns, were designed to create an illusion of perfect straightness and harmony, compensating for the distortions of human perception. The moonlight now highlights the fluted columns, their vertical lines drawing the eye upwards, towards the pediments and friezes that once depicted scenes from Athenian mythology. The east pediment showed the birth of Athena from the head of Zeus, while the west depicted the contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. The continuous frieze running along the top of the cellar walls depicted the Panathenaic procession, a grand festival held every 4 years in honor of Athena. Beside the Parthenon stands the Erechtheion, an elegant Ionic temple with its distinctive porch of the Caryatids. These 6 draped female figures, acting as supporting columns, are among the most iconic sculptures of ancient Greece. Each figure, though similar, possesses unique details in her drapery and posture, creating a sense of natural movement and grace. The Erechtheion housed several ancient cults, including the sacred olive tree of Athena and the saltwater spring of Poseidon, marking the legendary spot of their contest. The Propylaea, the monumental gateway to the Acropolis, frames the view of these sacred structures, its grand entrance inviting pilgrims and citizens alike. To its south, the Temple of Athena Nike, a small, exquisite Ionic temple, celebrates the goddess of victory. Its delicate frieze depicted battles and assemblies of gods, its position offering commanding views over the Saronic Gulf. Below the Acropolis, the ancient Agora, the heart of Athenian public life, lies quiet under the moon. This expansive open space was the political, commercial, judicial, and social center of the city. Here, citizens gathered to discuss philosophy, conduct business, attend assemblies, and administer justice. The Stoa of Attilos, a reconstructed colonnaded building, now stands as a museum, but its original form would have provided shelter for merchants and philosophers. The Temple of Hephaestus, one of the best preserved ancient Greek temples dedicated to the god of craftsmanship, still stands proudly overlooking the Agora. The Moonlight now touches the ancient roads that led from Athens to other significant sites. The Sacred Way, for instance, stretched from Athens to Eleusis, the site of the Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most ancient and important religious cults of ancient Greece. These secret initiation rites, dedicated to Demeter and Persephone, promised initiates a blessed afterlife. The details of the rituals were closely guarded, and participants were sworn to secrecy, making them a source of fascination and speculation, even in antiquity. The moonlight now falls upon the ruins of the Telesterion, the great hall where the mysteries were performed, its massive foundations hinting at its former grandeur. Further north, Delphi, nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, was home to the most famous oracle of the ancient world. The sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi was considered the center of the world, marked by the omphalos, or navel stone. Pilgrims and rulers from across the Mediterranean journeyed to Delphi to consult the Pythia, the priestess of Apollo, whose cryptic prophecies influenced major decisions of war, colonization, and law. The moonlight now illuminates the winding sacred way that leads up to the Temple of Apollo, past the treasuries of various city-states, Athens, Sipnos, Sicyon, each vying to display its wealth and piety. The Athenian treasury, a small but beautifully preserved Doric building, housed offerings and dedications. The theatre, carved into the hillside, offered spectacular views of the sanctuary and the surrounding valley, while the stadium, higher up, hosted the Pythian Games, another pan-Hellenic festival. The very air at Delphi, under the moon, seems to carry echoes of ancient voices, of questions posed to the oracle, of the rustling of laurel leaves, and the solemn pronouncements of the Pythia. The deep chasm of the Castalian spring, whose waters were used for ritual purification, still flows, its ancient murmur a constant presence. The beauty of the natural setting, with the dramatic cliffs of the Phaedriades above and the olive groves in the valley below, adds to the profound sense of sanctity and mystery that pervades this site. As the night deepens, the moonlight continues its silent vigil, casting its gentle light over these ancient landscapes. From the shimmering surface of the Aegean to the rugged peaks of the Pindus, from the fortified walls of Mycenae to the luminous marble of the Parthenon, the ancient Greek world unfolds in a tapestry of history, myth, and enduring beauty. The quietude of the night allows these stories to resonate, to fill the imagination with images of a civilization that shaped the course of Western thought and culture. The olive groves, standing sentinel over centuries, the temples, now silent witnesses to the passage of time, and the vast, tranquil Aegean Sea, all merge into a single cohesive image of profound peace. The moon, ever watchful, ever constant, continues its slow journey across the sky, its soft light inviting a deeper sense of serenity. The ancient world, bathed in this gentle radiance, offers its timeless calm, a quiet embrace that settles around us, guiding us further into the tranquil depths of the night. The gentle rhythm of the sea, the silent wisdom of the trees, and the luminous presence of the moon now combine to create a profound sense of stillness, a quietude that invites a deep, restorative rest. The profound stillness of the night, illuminated by the moon, now draws us further into the ancient landscape. We move beyond the immediate coastline, venturing inland, where the silver light transforms familiar sights into something ethereal and timeless. The air, cooled by the night, carries the faint scent of wild herbs, thyme, oregano, and lavender, growing in profusion on the sun-baked hillsides. These plants, hardy and aromatic, have been part of the Greek landscape for millennia, their fragrances woven into a very fabric of daily life, used in cooking, medicine, and ritual. Their subtle perfume now drifts on the gentle breeze, a natural incense for the sleeping world. Our path, though unseen in the darkness, follows ancient routes, perhaps those trodden by shepherds leading their flocks to new pastures, or by philosophers journeying between city-states. These paths, worn smooth by countless footsteps over centuries, connect villages and sacred sites, linking the past to the present in a continuous thread. The ground beneath us, whether it is soft earth or ancient stone, feels solid and enduring, a testament to the long history embedded within this land. As we ascend slightly, the olive groves begin to appear in greater number, their gnarled trunks and silvery leaves catching the moonlight. The olive tree, Olea europaea, is more than just a plant in Greece. It is a symbol of peace, prosperity, and longevity. Its cultivation dates back to at least the Neolithic period, with evidence suggesting its presence in the Aegean region as early as 3000 BC. The Minoans, for instance, relied heavily on olive oil, not only for food, but also for fuel in lamps, for anointing the body, and in religious ceremonies. The olive tree is remarkably resilient, capable of living for hundreds, even thousands of years. Some ancient olive trees still bear fruit today, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of civilizations. The groves stretch across the hills, a shimmering tapestry under the moon. Each tree, unique in its twisted form, tells a story of survival and endurance. Their roots delve deep into the rocky soil, anchoring them firmly against the winds and the passage of time. The leaves, small and elliptical, have a distinctive silvery green hue, which appears almost luminous in the moonlight. This shimmering quality is due to tiny hairs on the underside of the leaves, which help the tree conserve moisture in the dry Mediterranean climate. The gentle rustling of these leaves, a soft, whispering sound, adds to the profound tranquility of the night. It is a sound that has accompanied countless generations of Greeks as they rested, worked, and dreamed beneath these very trees. We imagine walking through these groves in ancient times, perhaps during the harvest season. The olives, initially green, would ripen to a deep purple-black, ready to be picked by hand or by gently shaking the branches onto nets spread below. The oil extracted from these olives was a cornerstone of the ancient Greek diet and economy. It was used to dress food, to fuel lamps that lit homes and temples, and as a base for perfumes and ointments. Athletes would anoint themselves with olive oil before competitions, believing it would protect their skin and enhance their performance. The victor's wreath at the Olympic Games was traditionally made of wild olive branches, symbolizing peace and honor. The air here is cooler, perhaps a few degrees lower than by the sea, and carries a different quality, a more earthy, grounded scent. The sounds of the sea have receded, replaced by the subtle nocturnal symphony of the land. Perhaps a distant owl hoots, its call echoing softly across the valleys, or the chirping of crickets, a constant rhythmic hum that is both pervasive and soothing. These are the sounds of the natural world, undisturbed by human activity, a reminder of the vast, interconnected web of life that thrives even in the deepest hours of the night. Our journey continues towards the heart of the ancient landscape, where the remnants of human endeavor stand in quiet majesty. The moon, our faithful guide, casts long dramatic shadows from the hills and trees, transforming the familiar into the mysterious. We approach a site of ancient significance, a place where the human spirit once soared, where gods were revered, and where knowledge was sought. Imagine a journey to Delphi, for instance, under such a moonlit sky. Delphi, nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, was considered by the ancient Greeks to be the center of the world, the omphalos or navel of the earth. It was the seat of the most important oracle in the classical world, the Pythia, priestess of Apollo. Pilgrims from across the Greek world and beyond would undertake arduous journeys to consult the oracle, seeking guidance on matters of state, war, and personal affairs. The approach to Delphi would have been a pilgrimage in itself, winding paths leading up the sacred mountain. In the moonlight, the ruins of the sanctuary of Apollo would appear as spectral forms, their marble columns glowing with an inner light. The sacred way, the ancient path leading up to the temple of Apollo, would be visible as a faint ribbon of stone, flanked by the treasuries built by various city-states to house their offerings. These treasuries, such as the treasury of the Athenians, were miniature temples, exquisitely carved and adorned, designed to display the wealth and piety of their respective cities. The Temple of Apollo itself, now largely in ruins, would have been a magnificent structure, built and rebuilt over centuries. The earliest temples at Delphi were said to have been constructed from laurel branches, then beeswax and feathers, then bronze, before finally being built of stone. The one whose remains we see today dates primarily from the 4th century BC, following the destruction of an earlier temple by an earthquake. Its Doric columns, though broken, still convey a sense of its former grandeur. The moonlight would illuminate the remaining fluting on the columns, highlighting the meticulous craftsmanship of the ancient masons. Within the temple, in a chamber called the Adyton, the Pythia would sit on a tripod, inhaling vapors said to emanate from a chasm in the earth. These vapors, perhaps ethylene or other gases, were believed to induce a trance-like state, allowing her to deliver prophecies. The exact nature of these vapors and the geological features of Delphi have been subjects of much scholarly debate, but the belief in their power was absolute for the ancients. The pronouncements of the Pythia, often cryptic and ambiguous, were interpreted by priests and then conveyed to the supplicants. These prophecies shaped the course of history, influencing decisions that affected entire empires. Beyond the Temple of Apollo, the ancient theatre of Delphi, carved into the hillside, would stand silent and majestic. Its semicircular tiers of seats, capable of holding 5,000 spectators, would be bathed in moonlight, inviting contemplation. Here, during the Pythian Games, musical competitions and dramatic performances were held, honoring Apollo, the god of music, poetry, and light. The view from the top rows of the theatre, looking out over the sanctuary and the valley below, with the moon high above, would be breathtaking, a panorama of ancient devotion and natural beauty. Further up the slope, the stadium, where athletic contests were held, would also be visible. Its long, narrow track, lined with stone seating, would stretch out, a silent arena awaiting the phantom echoes of ancient cheers. The Pythian Games, one of the 4 Pan-Hellenic Games, was second only to the Olympics in prestige. Victors here too were crowned with laurel wreaths, a symbol of Apollo. The entire site of Delphi under the moon becomes a place of profound contemplation. The air, thin and cool at this altitude, seems to carry the whispers of the past. The sheer scale of human effort and belief invested in this place is palpable. It is a testament to the ancient Greek desire to understand their place in the cosmos, to seek divine guidance, and to celebrate human achievement. The the moonlight softens the edges of ruin, allowing us to perceive the site not as broken fragments, but as enduring structures imbued with a timeless spirit. Moving away from the dramatic heights of Delphi, we journey to a different kind of ancient site, one that speaks of the daily rhythms of life, the intellectual pursuits, and the democratic ideals that shaped ancient Greece. We turn our attention to Athens, not the bustling city of today, but the Athens of Pericles, of Socrates, of Plato and Aristotle, seen under the same moon that shone upon them. Imagine standing on the Pnyx Hill, the meeting place of the Athenian assembly, the Ecclesia. This natural amphitheatre, a short walk from the Acropolis, was where Athenian citizens gathered to debate and vote on laws, elect officials, and decide matters of war and peace. In its heyday, up to 6,000 citizens, adult male citizens that is, would convene here, their voices echoing across the open space. The large, flat stone platform, known as the bema, from which orators addressed the assembly, would be clearly visible in the moonlight. From this vantage point, the Acropolis would dominate the skyline, its temples glowing softly. The Parthenon, dedicated to the goddess Athena Parthenos, would be the most prominent structure. Its Doric columns, perfectly proportioned, would stand in silent majesty against the night sky. The construction of the Parthenon, under the supervision of the sculptors Phidias and the architects Ictinus and Callicrates, began in 447 BC and was completed in 438 BC. It was a marvel of engineering and artistry, built entirely of Pentelic marble, quarried from nearby Mount Pentelicus. The subtle curves and optical refinements incorporated into its design, such as the slight swelling of the columns, known as entasis, and the upward curvature of the stylobate, were intended to correct optical illusions and make the temple appear perfectly straight and harmonious. The moonlight would highlight the intricate details that remain on the Parthenon's pediments and metopes, even in their damaged state. We might imagine the vibrant colors that once adorned these sculptures, for ancient Greek temples were not the stark white marble we see today, but were painted in rich, often bold hues. The figures of gods and heroes, though now mostly gone or housed in museums, would have depicted scenes from Athenian mythology, celebrating the city's divine patrons and its triumphs. The Parthenon was not just a temple, it was a symbol of Athenian power, wealth, and cultural achievement, a testament to the golden age of Athens. Beside the Parthenon, the Erechtheion, with its distinctive porch of the Caryatids, would also catch the lunar glow. The Caryatids, 6 draped female figures serving as supporting columns, would appear as graceful, silent sentinels. Each figure, though similar, possesses unique details in her drapery and posture, showcasing the sculptor's skill. This temple, built on an uneven site, housed several ancient cults and sacred objects, including the olive tree said to have been gifted by Athena and the trident mark left by Poseidon during their contest for patronage of Athens. Its complex, multi-level design reflects the need to accommodate these various sacred spaces within a single structure. Below the Acropolis, the Agora, the heart of ancient Athenian public life, would lie in quiet repose. The Agora was not merely a marketplace, it was the political, social, and commercial center of the city. Here, citizens gathered to conduct business, to discuss philosophy, to hear news, and to participate in the democratic process. In the moonlight, the foundations of the Stoa Poikile, or painted Stoa, where Zeno at Citium taught his Stoic philosophy, might be dimly discerned. The Stoas, long colonnaded buildings, provided shelter from the sun and rain, offering ideal spaces for public discourse and leisurely strolls. We might imagine Socrates walking through the agora by day, engaging citizens in dialectical argument, questioning their assumptions about justice, virtue, and knowledge. His teachings, though never written down by himself, were preserved by his students, most notably Plato, and profoundly influenced Western philosophy. Under the moon, the spirit of inquiry and intellectual pursuit seems to linger in the air, a silent echo of those profound conversations. The Bruleterion, where the Council of 500 met to prepare legislation for the assembly, and the Tholos, where a rotating committee of citizens dined and slept, ensuring continuous governance, would also be part of this nocturnal landscape. These structures, though now largely ruins, speak to the sophisticated administrative and democratic systems developed by the Athenians, systems that laid the groundwork for many modern political ideas. The moonlight, filtering through the ancient stones, highlights the enduring legacy of these places. It is a light that has witnessed countless human dramas, triumphs, and struggles. It has illuminated the birth of democracy, the flourishing of philosophy, the creation of unparalleled art and architecture. The silence of the night allows us to connect with this history on a deeper level, to feel the presence of those who walked these paths before us. His thoughts and actions shaped the world. The journey through these moonlit landscapes is a journey into the very essence of ancient Greece. It is a world of stark beauty, of profound thought, and of enduring human spirit. The air, now perhaps carrying a hint of dew, feels cool and refreshing. The sounds of the night have settled into a gentle, rhythmic hum, a lullaby from the natural world. The stars, countless and brilliant, now seem closer, more vivid in the absence of city lights. The ancient Greeks were keen observers of the night sky, using the constellations for navigation and attributing divine significance to the celestial bodies. The stories of the constellations, Orion the hunter, Ursa Major the great bear, Andromeda the princess, are woven into their mythology, reflecting their understanding of the cosmos and their place within it. To lie beneath such a sky, surrounded by the silent majesty of ancient ruins and the enduring presence of nature, is to feel a profound connection to something vast and timeless. The moon, having completed a significant portion of its journey across the sky, begins its slow descent towards the western horizon. Its light, though still bright, takes on a softer, more diffused quality, hinting at the approaching dawn, though that is still many hours away. This subtle shift in light brings a new layer of tranquility, a sense of completion for this segment of our nocturnal exploration. The gentle rhythm of the night continues, a steady, unwavering pulse. The ancient world, bathed in this soft, fading moonlight, offers its deepest calm, a quiet embrace that settles around us, guiding us further into the tranquil depths of the night. The enduring presence of the olive groves, the silent wisdom of the ancient stones, and the luminous, ever-present moon now combine to create a profound sense of stillness, a quietude that invites a deep, restorative rest. The world sleeps, and we too are invited into that profound peace. The profound peace of the ancient world settles around us now. The air, cooled by the night, carries the subtle scent of wild thyme and oregano from distant hillsides, a fragrance woven into the very fabric of this moonlit landscape. This gentle current of night air whispers through the olive leaves, a soft, continuous sigh. The moonlight, a soft silver blue, filters through the ancient branches, creating a delicate lacework of shadows on the earth below. Each leaf, each gnarled branch is etched in luminous detail. This light is not harsh. It is a tender illumination, revealing the world in shades of grey and muted silver. The ancient stones of a nearby temple, warmed by the day's sun, slowly release their stored heat into the cool night. They stand as silent sentinels, their fluted columns catching the moon's glow, appearing almost ethereal against the velvet sky. The centuries have smoothed their surfaces, making them soft to the imagined touch. A quiet hum of nocturnal insects begins to fill the spaces between the rustling leaves. It is a steady, rhythmic sound, a natural lullaby of the Mediterranean night. Crickets chirp their ancient song, a constant, comforting presence in the darkness. The stars above begin to twinkle with increasing brilliance, each a tiny diamond scattered across the vast, inky canvas. Orion, the hunter, slowly ascends, his belt a distinct line of light. The constellations, familiar to ancient eyes, now watch over this tranquil scene. The Aegean Sea, a short distance away, continues its gentle murmur. The waves lap softly against the shore, a continuous soothing rhythm that echoes the quiet pulse of the night. This sound is a reminder of the vastness and timelessness of the world. The moonlight shifts ever so slightly as the moon continues its slow journey across the sky. Long shadows stretch and contract, dancing a silent ballet across the ancient paths and fields. Dust motes, caught in the moonbeams, appear to dance in the still air, tiny specks of light in the profound darkness. The air itself feels soft against the skin, a cool caress that invites a deeper sense of calm. It carries the faint, salty tang of the sea, mingling with the earthy scent of the land. This combination creates a unique perfume of the ancient Greek night. The olive groves stand in quiet majesty, their silver-green leaves shimmering under the moon. Each tree is a testament to endurance, its roots reaching deep into the ancient earth. They have witnessed countless nights like this, countless moons. The gentle breeze carries the imagined scent of night-blooming jasmine, a delicate sweetness that drifts through the air, adding another layer to the sensory tapestry of the night. This fragrance is subtle, almost imperceptible, yet it adds to the profound peace. The ancient world, under this soft, unwavering moonlight, feels like a sanctuary. It is a place where time slows, where the rush of the day fades into a profound stillness. The quietude here is absolute, embracing all that rests within its gentle current. The rhythmic sound of the waves continues, a steady, unbroken cadence. It is a sound that has echoed through millennia, a constant companion to the moon and stars. This sound invites a deep, restorative rest, pulling one deeper into the quietude. The moon itself seems to cast a purifying glow, washing over the landscape, cleansing it of the day's concerns. Its light is a balm, a gentle embrace that settles around every stone, every leaf, every ripple on the water. The subtle changes in the moon's glow create a dynamic yet gentle light show. As thin clouds drift across its face, the light softens further, then brightens again, a slow, mesmerizing dance in the night sky. The ancient structures, illuminated by this soft light, appear to breathe with a quiet dignity. Their forms are softened, their edges blurred, becoming part of the dreamlike quality of the night. They stand as enduring symbols of human endeavor and natural beauty. The imagined warmth of the sun-baked earth, slowly cooling under the night sky, creates a subtle comfort. This warmth emanates from the ground, a gentle release of the day's energy, now settling into the stillness of night. The distant call of a nightingale, a solitary, melodious sound, occasionally pierces the quiet, mournful tune that adds to the ethereal beauty of the moonlit landscape, a voice of the night. The silence between these sounds is profound, a deep, resonant quiet that allows for contemplation and peace. It is a silence that invites one to simply be, to exist within the gentle current of the night. The feeling of being utterly alone and at peace in this ancient landscape is a profound one. There are no demands, no expectations, only the quiet embrace of the moonlit world. This solitude is not lonely, it is deeply comforting. The transformation of familiar daytime scenes into mysterious nightscapes is complete. The vibrant colors of day have given way to a monochrome palette of silver, gray, and deep blue, enhancing the dreamlike quality. The subtle shift in colors as the world turns monochrome under moonlight is a visual lullaby. Details become softer, outlines less distinct, encouraging the mind to release its hold on sharp reality. The cool, fresh air on the skin as night descends is a refreshing sensation. It invigorates gently, then soothes, preparing the body for deep rest. This air carries the essence of ancient lands. The gentle sea breeze carries the scent of salt and distant land, a constant reminder of the Aegean's presence. This scent is clean and pure, a breath of the vast, open world. The moonlight illuminates the subtle textures of ancient stone and gnarled olive branches. Every crack, every groove, every twist of wood is highlighted, revealing the intricate artistry of nature and time. The consistent low-frequency background hum of the night, composed of crickets and distant waves, creates a natural soundscape for deep rest. It is a sound that masks distractions, allowing the mind to quiet. The distant, almost inaudible sound of a lone boat gently rocking on the Aegean adds to the tranquil ambience. It is a subtle hint of life, far away, existing in harmony with the vast stillness. The absence of any urgency or destination allows the mind to simply exist in the present moment of sensory experience. There is no need to rush, no place to be, only the gentle current of the night. The feeling of complete weightlessness begins to settle, as if one is gently floating within this ancient scene. The body feels light, unburdened, ready to drift into deeper states of rest. The gentle chirping of crickets, a constant rhythm of the Mediterranean night, continues its soothing song. It is a sound that has accompanied countless generations to sleep, a timeless lullaby. The faint glimmer of distant stars, reflected on the calm surface of the Aegean, creates a mirror image of the heavens. This shimmering reflection adds to the magic of the moonlit sea. The moonlight, with its purifying and cleansing quality, washes over the ancient landscape, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. It is a light that soothes the spirit. The moonlight is not static. It moves slowly across surfaces, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow. This gentle movement is mesmerizing, a quiet dance across the ancient world. The sensation of walking barefoot on cool ancient earth or sand is imagined, a grounding feeling that connects one to the timelessness of this place. The earth itself offers its calm. The soft hoot of an owl from within the olive groves, a gentle resonant sound, adds to the nocturnal ambience. It is a sound of wisdom, a voice of the deep night. The gentle sea breeze continues, carrying the scent of salt and distant land, a continuous, subtle fragrance that envelops the senses. This breeze is a soft whisper. The moonlight continues to illuminate the subtle textures of ancient stone and gnarled olive branches, revealing the intricate details of this enduring landscape. Every surface tells a story of time. The consistent, low-frequency background hum of the night, a blend of natural sounds, provides a continuous, soothing presence. It is a sound that encourages the mind to settle. The distant, almost inaudible sound of a lone boat gently rocking on the Aegean remains, a subtle, peaceful note in the vast quiet. It is a reminder of the gentle rhythms of life. The absence of any urgency or destination allows the mind to fully embrace the present moment, to simply be within this ancient, moonlit world. There is only peace. The feeling of complete weightlessness deepens, as if one is gently suspended in the soft embrace of the night. The body feels lighter, unburdened, ready for profound rest. The gentle chirping of crickets continues its steady rhythm, a constant, comforting presence. This sound is a thread connecting us to the ancient past, a timeless lullaby. The faint glimmer of distant stars, reflected on the calm surface of the Aegean, creates a serene visual, a mirror of the heavens above. The world above and below are in harmony. The moonlight, with its purifying and cleansing quality, continues to wash over the ancient landscape, bringing a deep sense of peace and tranquility. Its light is a gentle balm. The moonlight is a living presence, moving slowly across surfaces, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow, a silent, mesmerizing dance. This gentle movement guides the eye. The sensation of walking barefoot on cool, ancient earth or sand remains, a grounding connection to the timelessness of this place. The earth itself offers its quiet strength. The soft hoot of an owl from within the olive groves, a gentle, resonant sound, continues to punctuate the quiet. It is a sound of peace, a voice of the deep, ancient night. The gentle sea breeze carries the scent of salt and distant land, a continuous, subtle fragrance that wraps around the senses. This breeze is a soft, comforting presence. The moonlight continues to illuminate the subtle textures of ancient stone and gnarled olive branches, revealing the intricate details of this enduring landscape, every surface smoothed by time. The consistent, low-frequency background hum of the night, a blend of natural sounds, provides a continuous, soothing presence. It is a sound that allows the mind to truly settle. The distant, almost inaudible sound of a lone boat gently rocking on the Aegean remains a subtle, peaceful note in the vast quiet. It is a reminder of the gentle rhythms of life, far away. The absence of any urgency or destination allows the mind to fully embrace the present moment, to simply be within this ancient, moonlit world. There is only profound, quiet peace. The gentle current of the Aegean Sea is a constant ancient force. It shapes the coastline, influences the climate, and carries the stories of countless generations. Under the moon, its surface shimmers with a soft, ethereal light. The water moves with a quiet, rhythmic pulse, an eternal breath of the ocean. This current is not a powerful, rushing torrent. Instead, it is a slow, steady flow, a subtle movement that guides vessels and nourishes marine life. It speaks of continuity, of pathways that have existed for millennia. Sailors in ancient times relied on these currents, understanding their subtle shifts and predictable patterns. They navigated by the stars, by the moon, and by the feel of the water beneath their hulls. The current was a silent partner in their voyages. Imagine a small, ancient fishing boat, its sails furled, drifting gently with this current. The fishermen would have known these waters intimately, their lives intertwined with the sea's rhythms. They would have cast their nets under similar moonlit skies, their movements quiet and deliberate. The sea provided their sustenance, their livelihood. The Aegean current also plays a role in the distribution of warmth. It helps to moderate the coastal temperatures, keeping the islands and mainland shores mild even in the cooler seasons. This contributes to the long growing seasons for olives, grapes, and other crops that thrive in the Mediterranean climate. The sea's influence is pervasive. Beneath the surface, the current carries nutrients, supporting a diverse ecosystem. Small fish, larger predators, and delicate corals all depend on this invisible flow. The water itself is remarkably clear in many parts of the Aegean. This clarity allows the moon's light to penetrate deeper, illuminating the sandy seafloor or the dark outlines of submerged rocks. On a night like this, the underwater world would be bathed in a muted, silvery glow. It is a hidden realm, peaceful and undisturbed. The ancient Greeks held a deep reverence for the sea. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was a powerful and respected deity. His moods could bring calm or storm. Offerings were made to him, prayers whispered on the winds that swept across the waves. Sailors sought his favor for safe passage. Temples dedicated to Poseidon were often built near the coast, overlooking the vast expanse of the water. These structures served as beacons of faith and gratitude. The sound of the current lapping against the shore is a primordial lullaby. It has soothed generations of people living by the sea. From the fishermen mending their nets to the philosophers contemplating the cosmos, the sea's presence was a constant backdrop to life. The gentle current also carries the echoes of history. It has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the journeys of heroes, and the quiet lives of ordinary people. Each ripple, each subtle eddy, is part of a larger, ongoing narrative. The sea remembers. Consider the journey of a single olive leaf, fallen from a tree on a coastal hillside. It might be carried by the wind to the water's edge, then gently picked up by the current. It would then embark on a slow, unhurried voyage, perhaps drifting past a rocky outcrop or alongside a small, uninhabited islet. This tiny leaf, a fragment of the land, becomes a temporary voyager on the sea. Its path is determined by the invisible forces of the water. Such a journey is a metaphor for the quiet flow of time itself. Unseen forces guide our paths, gently, persistently. The moon continues its high arc across the sky, casting its silver light upon this tranquil scene. Its reflection dances on the water, a shimmering pathway. The air remains still, carrying only the faint scent of salt and perhaps the distant fragrance of wild herbs from the land. There is a sense of timelessness here, a feeling that this moment could have existed 1,000 years ago, or 1,000 years from now. The fundamental elements, sea, sky, moon, and earth, remain in their eternal dance. The current's gentle movement creates a subtle, almost imperceptible hum. It is the sound of water moving against itself, a soft friction. This sound is deeply calming, a natural white noise that helps to quiet the mind. It is consistent, yet never monotonous. It is the sound of the world breathing, a slow, steady exhalation and inhalation. Imagine lying on a smooth, warm rock by the shore, feeling the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath you, listening to this continuous murmur. The worries of the day, the demands of the future, they all recede in the face of this ancient, enduring presence. The gentle current also influences the marine life that congregates near the shore. Small schools of fish might be seen, their scales catching the moonlight as they move in unison. They follow the flow of the water, seeking food or shelter. Their movements are graceful, effortless. No sudden movements disturb the peace. No harsh sounds break the quiet. Only the steady, rhythmic pulse of the sea. The coastline itself is shaped by these currents over vast stretches of time. Cliffs are sculpted, coves are formed, and beaches are gradually built up or eroded. The land and the sea are in a constant slow dialogue, each influencing the other. The ancient Greeks observed these processes, understanding the power and patience of nature. They built their cities and ports with respect for these forces. Harbors were often chosen for their natural protection from strong winds and currents, providing safe haven for their ships. The current is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The water that flows past these shores has traveled from distant lands and will continue its journey onward. It links islands to continents and one sea to another. It is a global circulatory system. The moon's light, reflecting off the water, creates an illusion of depth. The surface appears both flat and infinitely deep at the same time. It is a visual paradox, inviting contemplation without requiring effort. The air is cool now, carrying the freshness of the sea. It is a clean, invigorating scent that is also profoundly peaceful. This particular current, specific to the Aegean, has its own unique characteristics. It is influenced by the narrow straits, the many islands, and the prevailing winds. It is a complex system, yet its surface expression on a calm night is one of pure simplicity. The gentle rocking of the boat, still present in the distant soundscape, is a direct consequence of this current. It is a subtle dance between the vessel and the water. The boat is not struggling against the current, but rather moving with it in harmony. This harmony is a key element of the natural world. When we align with these rhythms, a deep sense of peace can emerge. The moon continues its slow descent towards the western horizon. Its light will remain strong for many more hours, illuminating the night. The stars above are countless, each a distant sun. They too are part of this grand cosmic current, moving in predictable, eternal patterns. The gentle current of the Aegean is a constant, unwavering presence. It is a source of comfort, a symbol of endurance. Its rhythm is a steady beat, a natural metronome for the quiet hours of the night. The sound of the water, ever so soft, continues its gentle lapping against the shore. It is a sound that has accompanied human existence for all of time. It is a sound that requires no interpretation, no analysis. It simply is. The world outside this moonlit scene grows more distant, more abstract. Only the immediate sensations remain: the quiet, the cool air, the gentle current. This sustained quiet allows the mind to truly rest, to find its own natural rhythm, mirroring the sea. The moon's silver path on the water seems to stretch endlessly, a shimmering bridge between the visible and the unseen. The gentle current continues its silent journey, carrying with it the peace of the ancient world, the quiet wisdom of the sea. It is a current that guides not just boats, but also thoughts, leading them towards a profound stillness. The subtle movements of the water become almost imperceptible, a smooth, continuous flow. The moon, now lower, casts longer shadows from the distant hills, deepening the sense of quietude. The gentle current flows on, a timeless, soothing presence. It carries whispers from the shore, tales of olive groves and ancient paths. These paths, often unpaved, connected villages and sacred sites. They were trodden by philosophers, merchants, and pilgrims. The moonlight now illuminates a faint, winding trail. This path leads away from the sea, inland, towards the heart of the land. It is a path less traveled by the modern world. It is overgrown in places, yet its ancient purpose remains. The path follows the contours of the land. It avoids steep climbs where possible, seeking the gentlest gradient. These ancient routes were designed for foot traffic, for donkeys laden with goods. They connected farms to markets, temples to sanctuaries. The air here is cooler, carrying the scent of wild herbs. Thyme, oregano, and lavender grow alongside the path. Their fragrance is released by the night air. The path is made of compacted earth and small, smooth stones. Each stone has been worn by countless footsteps over centuries. It is a silent testament to enduring journeys. The path is narrow, allowing only one or two people to walk abreast. It encourages a slow, deliberate pace. The moon casts long, soft shadows from the gnarled olive trees that line sections of the way. These trees are ancient, some perhaps as old as the path itself. Their silver-green leaves shimmer faintly in the moonlight. The path continues its gentle ascent, almost imperceptibly. It is a journey inward, away from the vastness of the sea, towards the quiet, enduring spirit of the land. The path is a thread, weaving through time. It connects the present moment to the distant past. Each step along its imagined course is a step into quietude. The path is still, waiting. Watches over ancient lands, now resting in deep stillness. The moon watches over the ancient world, dreaming with you now. The path, now bathed in a soft, ethereal silver, leads further inland, away from the immediate embrace of the Aegean, guiding our quiet journey towards the heart of the Peloponnese, a region steeped in myth and the echoes of powerful city-states whose influence resonated across the ancient world. This venerable land, characterized by its rugged mountains, fertile valleys, and a coastline intricately carved by countless bays and peninsulas, was the cradle of some of Greece's most enduring legends and historical events, shaping the very foundations of Western civilization. Imagine the quiet grandeur of Mycenae, its formidable cyclopean walls rising majestically under the watchful gaze of the moon, a silent testament to the Bronze Age civilization that once flourished here, dominating the region from approximately 1600 to 1100 BCE. These massive fortifications, constructed from immense unworked stones, so large that later Greeks believed only giants could have moved them, enclosed a powerful citadel where legendary kings like Agamemnon, leader of the Achaean forces in the Trojan War, might have once held court. The famous Lion Gate, the main entrance to the citadel, stands as a monumental example of early monumental sculpture, its two lionesses facing a central column, symbolizing the strength and authority of the Mycenaean rulers who built this impressive stronghold. Within these imposing walls, the remains of the royal palace, with its grand megaron, a large rectangular hall featuring a central hearth and 4 columns, speak of a sophisticated administrative and ceremonial center where political decisions were made and religious rituals performed. The Pholos tombs, or beehive tombs, like the treasury of Atreus, located just outside the main citadel, represent an extraordinary feat of engineering, their corbelled domes reaching impressive heights and widths, designed to house the remains and grave goods of the Mycenaean elite, reflecting their belief in an afterlife and their immense wealth. The intricate gold artifacts, including death masks, signet rings, and elaborate jewelry discovered in these tombs, showcase the remarkable craftsmanship and artistic sensibilities of the Mycenaean artisans, whose skills were highly prized throughout the Mediterranean. Further south, the path might lead to the serene sanctuary of Olympia, nestled in a lush valley where the Alpheus and Cladios rivers converge, a place dedicated to the worship of Zeus and the birthplace of the Olympic Games, which began in 776 BCE and continued for over a millennium. This sacred precinct, far from any major city-state, served as a neutral ground where athletes from across the Greek world would gather every 4 years, laying down their arms during the sacred truce, or ekekaria, to compete in a spirit of athletic excellence and religious devotion. The Temple of Zeus, a magnificent Doric structure completed around 457 BCE, once housed the colossal chryselephantine statue of Zeus, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Crafted by the renowned sculptor Phidias, its ivory and gold shimmering under the sunlight, a breathtaking sight for pilgrims and competitors alike. Nearby stood the Temple of Hera, an older and smaller Doric temple, where the Olympic flame was traditionally lit in antiquity, and where it is still ignited today, connecting the modern games to their ancient origins. The athletic facilities at Olympia included the stadium, a simple, unadorned track where foot races were held, and the hippodrome, where thrilling chariot races and horse races captivated the crowds, demonstrating the Greeks' passion for competitive sports and physical prowess. The gymnasium and palaestra provided training grounds for athletes, equipped with facilities for wrestling, boxing, and discus throwing, fostering a culture of physical perfection and disciplined training among the Greek youth. The Zanes, a series of bronze statues of Zeus erected from fines levied against athletes who cheated, served as a powerful deterrent and a visible reminder of the sanctity of the games and the importance of fair play. As the moonlight continues to cast long, dancing shadows, our imagined journey might turn eastward towards the Isthmus of Corinth, a narrow land bridge connecting the Peloponnese to mainland Greece, a strategically vital location that controlled land and sea routes, making Corinth one of the wealthiest and most influential city-states. Ancient Corinth, situated on a fertile plain below the towering Aprocorinth, a steep monolithic rock serving as its acropolis, boasted two major ports, Laheion on the Corinthian Gulf and Kenchreae on the Saronic Gulf, facilitating extensive trade networks that stretched across the Mediterranean world. The city was renowned for its pottery, particularly its distinctive black figure and red figure vases, which were widely exported and highly prized for their artistic quality and craftsmanship. The Temple of Apollo, a majestic Doric temple with 7 monolithic columns still standing proudly today, served as the spiritual heart of the city. Overlooking the bustling agora, where merchants conducted business, philosophers debated, and citizens gathered for public assemblies. Corinth was also famous for the Isthmian Games, another pan-Hellenic festival held every 2 years in honor of Poseidon, featuring athletic contests, horse races, and musical competitions, further enhancing the city's prestige and cultural significance. The Diolkos, an ancient paved trackway across the isthmus, allowed ships to be hauled overland, avoiding the perilous circumnavigation of the Peloponnese, an ingenious engineering feat that significantly reduced travel time and risk for maritime trade. The quiet path might then lead us to Epidaurus, nestled in a tranquil valley surrounded by rolling hills, a place revered as the sanctuary of Asclepius, the god of healing, and a major therapeutic center of the ancient world. Pilgrims from across Greece and beyond would journey to Epidaurus, seeking cures for their ailments, believing that the god would appear to them in their dreams within the Abaton, a sacred dormitory, to offer guidance or direct healing. The magnificent theatre of Epidaurus, considered one of the best preserved ancient Greek theatres, is celebrated for its exceptional acoustics, allowing even the softest whisper from the stage to be heard clearly in the uppermost rows, a testament to the advanced architectural and engineering skills of the Greeks. This theatre, designed by Polycletus the Younger in the 4th century BCE, could accommodate approximately 14,000 spectators who would gather to watch tragedies, comedies, and satire plays, experiencing the catharsis and communal spirit of Greek drama. The tholos, a circular building of unknown function, possibly a ceremonial center or a monumental tomb, with its intricate architectural details and labyrinthine underground passages, adds to the mystique of the sanctuary. The extensive complex also included temples, baths, guest houses, and a stadium, providing a holistic environment for healing, worship, and entertainment, reflecting the Greek belief in the interconnectedness of physical and spiritual well-being. As our journey continues under the serene moonlight, we might contemplate the profound intellectual and artistic achievements of Athens, the undisputed cultural and political center of ancient Greece during its golden age in the 5th century BCE. The Acropolis, a flat-topped rock rising dramatically above the city, crowned by its iconic temples, stands as a timeless symbol of Athenian democracy, artistic excellence, and intellectual prowess. The Parthenon, dedicated to the goddess Athena Parthenos, the patron deity of Athens, represents the pinnacle of Doric architecture, its harmonious proportions, exquisite sculptural decoration, and subtle optical refinements, creating an illusion of perfect straightness and balance. This grand temple, constructed from Pentelic marble, once housed Phidias's monumental chryselephantine statue of Athena, a dazzling masterpiece that embodied the wealth and power of the Athenian Empire. The Erechtheion, with its distinctive porch of the Caryatids, featuring 6 draped female figures serving as architectural supports, showcases the elegance and sophistication of the Ionic order, a stark contrast to the robust Doric style of the Parthenon, and housed several ancient cults, including the sacred olive tree of Athena and the saltwater spring of Poseidon. The Propylaea, the monumental gateway to the Acropolis, served as a grand entrance, its intricate design combining elements of both Doric and Ionic orders, creating a sense of awe and reverence for those entering the sacred precinct. The small but exquisite temple of Athena Nike, perched precariously on a bastion overlooking the entrance, celebrated Athenian victories and offered prayers for future success. Below the Acropolis, the ancient Agora, the bustling heart of Athenian public life, served as a marketplace, a political assembly point, and a social gathering place where Socrates engaged in philosophical discourse, citizens debated laws, and merchants traded goods from across the Mediterranean. The Stoa of Attalos, a beautifully reconstructed colonnaded building, once provided shelter for merchants and served as a public promenade, while the Bouleuterion housed the council of 500 citizens who prepared legislation for the assembly. The Pnyx Hill, a natural amphitheatre, was the primary meeting place of the Athenian assembly, where thousands of citizens would gather to vote on laws, declare war, and elect officials, embodying the direct democracy that defined Athenian governance. Our moonlit path could also lead us to Delphi, Nestled high on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, a breathtakingly beautiful and awe-inspiring location that was considered the center of the world by the ancient Greeks, marked by the omphalos, or navel stone. This sacred sanctuary was home to the Oracle of Apollo, the most prestigious and influential oracle in the Greek world, where the Pythia, a priestess, would deliver cryptic prophecies and divine guidance to supplicants, including kings, generals, and ordinary citizens, who sought advice on matters of war, peace, colonization, and personal affairs. The Temple of Apollo, a majestic Doric structure, stood as the focal point of the sanctuary, its sacred precinct adorned with numerous treasuries built by various city-states to house their offerings and dedications, showcasing their wealth and piety. The Athenian treasury, a small but exquisitely decorated building, is a prime example of these dedications, celebrating Athenian victories and artistic achievements. The Theatre of Delphi, carved into the hillside, offered stunning views of the sanctuary and the valley below, hosting musical contests and dramatic performances during the Pythian Games, another Pan-Hellenic festival held every 4 years in honor of Apollo. The stadium, located further up the slope, was where athletic competitions took place, attracting competitors and spectators from across the Greek world. The Castalian Spring, a sacred spring whose waters were believed to purify those who drank from it or bathed in it, served as a ritual cleansing site for pilgrims before they approached the oracle. The serene and majestic landscape of Delphi, combined with its profound spiritual significance, created an atmosphere of reverence and contemplation, making it a truly unique and powerful sight in the ancient world. As the moon continues its silent vigil, illuminating the ancient landscape, we might consider the strategic significance and enduring legacy of Sparta, a powerful military city-state located in the fertile Eurotas Valley of Laconia in the southeastern Peloponnese. Unlike Athens, Sparta was not known for its monumental architecture or artistic achievements, but rather for its rigorous military training, austere lifestyle, and unwavering dedication to the state, embodying a unique social and political system. Spartan society was rigidly structured, with a small elite class of full citizens, the Spartiates, who devoted their lives entirely to military training and service, supported by a larger population of perioikoi, free non-citizens, and helops, state-owned serfs who worked the land. From the age of 7, Spartan boys underwent the agoge, a harsh and demanding military education system that emphasized discipline, obedience, physical endurance, and martial skills, forging them into formidable warriors renowned throughout the Greek world. Spartan women, unlike their counterparts in other Greek city-states, enjoyed greater freedom and physical training, as their primary role was to bear healthy children who would become future soldiers, contributing to the strength of the Spartan state. Although Sparta lacked impressive public buildings, its military prowess and disciplined society allowed it to maintain hegemony over the Peloponnese for centuries, playing a pivotal role in major conflicts such as the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War, where its hoplite phalanx was considered virtually invincible. The remains of ancient Sparta today are less visually striking than those of other Greek sites, reflecting its focus on military strength rather than architectural grandeur. Yet its historical impact and unique societal structure continue to fascinate and influence our understanding of ancient Greek civilization. Our quiet journey through ancient Greece under the moonlight might also touch upon the vibrant island cultures, particularly the Minoan civilization on Crete, which flourished during the Bronze Age, predating Mycenaean Greece and influencing its development. The Palace of Knossos, the largest and most elaborate of the Minoan palaces, with its multi-storied complexes, intricate frescoes depicting bull leaping, marine life, and ceremonial processions, and its sophisticated plumbing system, reveals a highly advanced and prosperous society. The Minoans were a maritime power, their thalassocracy controlling trade routes across the Aegean, and their art, characterized by its naturalistic forms, vibrant colors, and curvilinear designs, reflects a deep connection to the sea and nature. Their unique writing system, Linear A, remains undeciphered, adding to the mystique of this enigmatic civilization. The absence of defensive walls around their palaces suggests a period of relative peace and security, perhaps due to their naval dominance, allowing them to focus on artistic and cultural development. The legend of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, though mythical, reflects the awe and wonder that the complex architecture of Knossos inspired in later Greeks. Following the imaginary path, we might then consider the rise of the classical Greek polis, or city-state, the fundamental political and social unit of ancient Greece, which emerged from the Dark Ages around the 8th century BCE. Each polis, though sharing a common language, religion, and culture, was fiercely independent, possessing its own laws, government, and military, leading to a dynamic and often competitive political landscape. The concept of citizenship, though limited to freeborn men, was a revolutionary idea, granting individuals rights and responsibilities within their community, fostering a strong sense of civic identity and participation. The development of the hoplite phalanx, a military formation of heavily armed infantrymen fighting in close ranks, transformed warfare and contributed to the rise of the citizen soldier, empowering ordinary citizens and influencing political developments. The invention of the Greek alphabet, adapted from the Phoenician script, facilitated literacy and the spread of knowledge, laying the groundwork for the flourishing of philosophy, literature, and drama. The establishment of colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Seas, driven by population growth, land scarcity, and trade opportunities, spread Greek culture and influence far beyond the Hellenic mainland, creating a vast network of interconnected city-states. The moonlight might then illuminate the intellectual ferment of the Hellenistic period, following the conquests of Alexander the Great in the late 4th century BCE, which saw the spread of Greek culture, language, and ideas across a vast empire stretching from Greece to India. This era, characterized by the fusion of Greek and Eastern cultures, led to significant advancements in science, philosophy, and art. Alexandria in Egypt, with its famous library and museum, became the intellectual capital of the Hellenistic world, attracting scholars, scientists, and writers from across the globe, fostering an unprecedented era of learning and discovery. Euclid developed his principles of geometry. Archimedes made groundbreaking discoveries in mathematics and physics, and Eratosthenes accurately calculated the Earth's circumference, demonstrating the remarkable intellectual achievements of this period. The city of Pergamon in Asia Minor, another prominent Hellenistic center, was renowned for its magnificent altar of Zeus, a monumental structure adorned with dynamic and dramatic sculptures depicting the gigantomachy, showcasing the artistic innovations and emotional intensity of Hellenistic art. The colossal lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, stood as a testament to Hellenistic engineering prowess and served as a vital navigational aid for ships entering the bustling port. The spread of Koine Greek, a common dialect, facilitated communication and cultural exchange across the diverse regions of the Hellenistic Empire, creating a more interconnected and cosmopolitan world. As the quiet journey continues, we might reflect on the enduring legacy of Greek philosophy, which laid the foundations for Western thought and continues to influence our understanding of ethics, politics, metaphysics, and epistemology. Socrates, through his method of questioning and relentless pursuit of truth, challenged conventional wisdom and encouraged critical thinking, profoundly influencing his students, including Plato. Plato, with his theory of forms and his ideal republic, explored the nature of reality, justice, and the perfect society, establishing the first academy in Athens, a center for philosophical and scientific inquiry. Aristotle, Plato's most famous student, developed a comprehensive system of thought encompassing logic, ethics, politics, biology, and physics, emphasizing empirical observation and systematic reasoning, and tutored Alexander the Great, shaping the mind of a future emperor. The Stoics, with their emphasis on virtue, reason, and living in harmony with nature, offered a philosophy of resilience and inner peace, while the Epicureans advocated for the pursuit of pleasure through moderation and the avoidance of pain, seeking tranquility and contentment. These philosophical schools, along with others like the Cynics and Skeptics, engaged in vibrant debates and intellectual discourse, shaping the intellectual landscape of ancient Greece and leaving an indelible mark on subsequent generations of thinkers. The moonlight, ever present, illuminates the path as we consider the profound impact of Greek drama, which originated from religious rituals honoring Dionysus and evolved into sophisticated forms of tragedy and comedy, offering insights into the human condition, morality, and the nature of fate. Aeschylus, often considered the father of tragedy, introduced multiple actors and focused on grand themes of justice, divine retribution, and the consequences of human actions, as seen in his Oresteia trilogy. Sophocles, known for his masterful character development and dramatic irony, explored themes of free will versus destiny, exemplified in plays like Oedipus Rex and Antigone, which continue to resonate with audiences today. Euripides, a more unconventional and often controversial playwright, challenged traditional myths and societal norms, focusing on psychological realism and the suffering of individuals, as depicted in his Medea and the Trojan Women. Aristophanes, the master of old comedy, used satire and biting wit to critique contemporary Athenian society, politics, and prominent figures, providing a humorous yet incisive commentary on human folly in plays like Lysistrata and the clouds.
The open-air theatres, like the Theatre of Dionysus in Athens, with their semicircular seating arrangements and central orchestra where the chorus performed, provided a communal space for citizens to engage with these powerful narratives, fostering a shared cultural experience and intellectual reflection. The use of masks allowed actors to portray multiple roles and express different emotions, while the chorus provided commentary, moral guidance, and a connection to the audience, making Greek drama a unique and immersive art form. Our quiet journey might also lead us to appreciate the intricate details of ancient Greek pottery, which served not only as functional vessels for storing and transporting goods, but also as significant artistic expressions and valuable historical records. The geometric style, characterized by its intricate patterns and stylized human figures, emerged during the Dark Ages and reflected a return to order and symmetry. The Orientalizing style, influenced by Eastern motifs, introduced mythical creatures and more curvilinear designs. The black figure technique, developed in Corinth and perfected in Athens, involved painting figures in black silhouette against a red clay background, with details incised into the black paint, creating iconic scenes from mythology and daily life. The red figure technique, which reversed this process by painting the background black and leaving the figures in the red color of the clay, allowed for greater detail and naturalism in the depiction of human forms, showcasing the increasing skill and innovation of Greek potters. These vases, often signed by their painters and potters, were widely exported across the Mediterranean, providing valuable insights into Greek culture, religion, and daily customs, and serving as a testament to the artistic ingenuity of the ancient Greeks. The path, now softly illuminated, seems to lead into the very fabric of Greek mythology. A rich tapestry of gods, goddesses, heroes, and monsters that permeated every aspect of ancient Greek life, explaining the natural world, human emotions, and the origins of their civilization. Zeus, the king of the gods, ruling from Mount Olympus, wielded his thunderbolt and presided over justice, while Hera, his queen, protected marriage and childbirth. Poseidon commanded the seas with his trident, and Hades ruled the underworld, a realm of shadows and spirits. Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare, sprang fully armed from Zeus's head, becoming the patron of Athens, while Apollo, god of music, poetry, and prophecy, inspired artists and guided oracles. Artemis, his twin sister, roamed the wilderness as goddess of the hunt, and Aphrodite, born from the sea foam, embodied love and beauty. Heroes like Heracles, with his 12 labors, Perseus, who slew Medusa, and Odysseus, who endured a perilous journey home from Troy, embodied courage, cunning, and resilience, serving as moral exemplars and cautionary tales. These myths, passed down through generations in epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and in the works of Hesiod, provided a shared cultural identity and a framework for understanding the world, shaping Greek art, literature, and religious practices. The quiet journey under the moon's gentle glow continues, inviting contemplation of the architectural orders that defined Greek temple building
and profoundly influenced Western architecture for millennia. The Doric order, characterized by its sturdy fluted columns, simple capitals, and triglyphs and metopes in the frieze, conveyed a sense of strength, dignity, and austere duty, exemplified by the Parthenon. The Ionic order, more slender and elegant, featured volutes, scrolls, on its capitals, a continuous frieze, and a more ornate base, as seen in the Erechtheion. The Corinthian order, the most elaborate of the three, developed later and showcased acanthus leaves adorning its capitals, adding a sense of grandeur and decorative richness, often used for interior columns or in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. These orders were not merely decorative styles, but represented a sophisticated system of proportions, harmony, and structural principles, reflecting the Greek pursuit of ideal beauty and mathematical precision in their monumental constructions. The meticulous craftsmanship involved in carving the flutes, sculpting the capitals, and precisely fitting the massive marble blocks without mortar demonstrates an extraordinary level of skill and dedication from the ancient Greek builders and artisans. The path, now almost imperceptible in its ascent, leads us to consider the significant role of the sea in shaping ancient Greek civilization, as the Aegean, Ionian, and Mediterranean seas were not barriers, but vital highways connecting isolated city-states and facilitating trade, colonization, and cultural exchange. The Greeks were expert mariners, navigating their triremes and merchant ships across vast distances, establishing a network of trade routes that brought wealth, resources, and new ideas to their shores. Fish, seafood, and olive oil were staples of their diet, and wine, pottery, and metalwork were important exports, driving their economy. Naval power was crucial for defense and projection of influence, as demonstrated by the Athenian navy's pivotal role in the Persian Wars. The sea also inspired countless myths and legends, from the voyages of Odysseus to the tales of sirens and sea monsters, reflecting both its bounty and its perils. The fragmented geography of Greece, with its numerous islands and deeply indented coastline, naturally fostered a maritime culture, encouraging exploration, innovation, and a dynamic interaction with other civilizations across the Mediterranean basin. The path continues its gentle ascent, almost imperceptibly, leading us deeper into the silent contemplation of a civilization whose echoes still resonate. It is a journey inward, away from the vastness of the sea, towards the quiet, enduring spirit of the land, where mountains meet valleys and ancient stones whisper tales of human endeavor and divine inspiration. The path is a thread, weaving through time, connecting the present moment to the distant past, allowing us to glimpse the profound achievements of a people who laid the intellectual, artistic, and political foundations of the Western world. Each step along its imagined course is a step into quietude, a deeper understanding of the complexities and brilliance of ancient Greece. The path is still, waiting, inviting us to absorb the tranquility and wisdom of these timeless landscapes. The moonlight watches over ancient lands, now resting in deep stillness, illuminating the enduring legacy of a civilization that continues to inspire and inform. The moon watches over the ancient world, dreaming with you now, as the profound history of Greece unfolds in the quiet chambers of your mind. The silver glow of the moon, now high above, casts long, dancing shadows across the ancient stones, revealing the intricate details of a civilization that sculpted not only marble, but also the very foundations of Western thought, a legacy that extends far beyond the architectural marvels we often first envision. We journey now beyond the immediate grandeur of Athens, venturing into the diverse tapestry of city-states and regions that each contributed uniquely to the Hellenic world, understanding that Greece was never a monolithic entity, but a vibrant collection of independent polities, each with its own customs, dialects, and political structures. Consider the Peloponnese, a large peninsula connected to mainland Greece by the Isthmus of Corinth, a region rich in history and home to some of the most formidable powers of the ancient world, whose rugged mountains and fertile valleys shaped the character of its inhabitants. Sparta, for instance, nestled in the Eurotas Valley, stands in stark contrast to the democratic ideals of Athens, embodying a society meticulously structured around military prowess and communal discipline, where every aspect of life was geared towards producing the finest soldiers. The Spartan agoge, a rigorous state-sponsored education and training program, began for boys at the tender age of 7, instilling obedience, endurance, and martial skill through physical hardship and strict supervision, transforming them into the legendary hoplites whose phalanx formation was virtually invincible on the battlefield. Spartan women, unlike their Athenian counterparts, enjoyed a remarkable degree of freedom and physical education, participating in sports and owning property, for their primary role was to bear and raise strong, healthy children who would serve the state, a testament to their crucial, if often overlooked, societal importance. The dual kingship of Sparta, a unique constitutional arrangement, saw 2 kings from different royal houses ruling concurrently, balancing power and preventing tyranny, while the Gerousia, a council of elders, and the Ephors, 5 annually elected overseers, provided additional checks and balances, illustrating the complex political system designed for stability. The Helots, a subjugated population tied to the land and vastly outnumbering the free Spartans, formed the agricultural backbone of their society, their constant threat of rebellion necessitating the Spartans' perpetual military readiness and their austere way of life. Moving eastward across the Peloponnese, we encounter the city of Corinth, strategically positioned on the isthmus, controlling vital trade routes between the Aegean and Ionian seas, a geographical advantage that fostered immense wealth and made it a prominent commercial and naval power. The ancient city of Corinth was renowned for its luxurious lifestyle, its vibrant pottery industry, and its magnificent temples, including the Temple of Apollo, whose Doric columns still stand today, bearing witness to its former glory and architectural sophistication. The Diolkos, an ancient paved trackway across the isthmus, allowed ships to be hauled overland, avoiding the perilous circumnavigation of the Peloponnese, a remarkable feat of engineering that significantly boosted Corinth's economic prosperity and facilitated maritime trade. Further south in the Peloponnese lies Olympia, not a city-state in the traditional sense, but a sacred precinct dedicated to Zeus, the king of the gods, and the birthplace of the Olympic Games, a pan-Hellenic festival that brought together Greeks from across the fragmented world. The Olympic Games, held every 4 years, were more than just athletic competitions. They were a profound religious and cultural event, fostering a sense of shared Hellenic identity and temporarily halting conflicts through the declaration of the Olympic truce, allowing athletes and spectators safe passage. Athletes, who were exclusively free-born Greek men, competed naked, symbolizing purity and the pursuit of human excellence, in events such as wrestling, boxing, chariot racing, and the pentathlon, which included discus, javelin, long jump, running, and wrestling, showcasing a broad range of physical skills. The victors, crowned with olive wreaths from the sacred grove, achieved immense prestige and honor, not just for themselves, but for their home cities, often receiving lavish rewards and public recognition upon their return, cementing their status as heroes. The majestic temple of Zeus at Olympia housed a colossal chryselephantine statue of the god, crafted by the sculptor Phidias, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, its shimmering gold and ivory surfaces reflecting the flickering lamplight and awestruck gazes of pilgrims. Beyond the Peloponnese, the moon illuminates the rugged terrain of northern Greece, a region often overshadowed by the classical centers, but equally vital to the broader Hellenic narrative, particularly the Kingdom of Macedon, which would eventually rise to dominate the Greek world. Macedon, initially considered semi-barbaric by the more sophisticated city-states to the south, possessed vast natural resources and a strong monarchy, gradually consolidating its power under ambitious rulers like Philip II, who revolutionized military tactics and unified the disparate Macedonian tribes. Philip II's creation of the Macedonian phalanx, a formidable infantry formation armed with the sarissa, a long thrusting spear, proved superior to the traditional hoplite phalanx, allowing him to counter or subjugate most of the Greek city-states, effectively ending their independent era. His son, Alexander the Great, inherited this powerful kingdom and military machine, embarking on an unprecedented campaign of conquest that stretched from Greece to India, disseminating Hellenic culture and establishing the vast Hellenistic empires that followed. The legacy of Alexander the Great is immense, not only for his military genius, but for the Hellenistic age he inaugurated, a period characterized by the fusion of Greek and Eastern cultures, the establishment of new cities like Alexandria in Egypt, and the flourishing of science, philosophy, and art across a vast geographical expanse. The city of Vergina, ancient Aigai, served as the first capital of Macedon, and its royal tombs, discovered in the late 20th century, revealed astonishing treasures, including the golden larnax containing the bones believed to be those of Philip II, offering invaluable insights into Macedonian royal burial practices and artistry. The theatre at Vergina, where Philip II was assassinated, stands as a poignant reminder of the political intrigues and violent transitions that often marked ancient power struggles, even within the most powerful dynasties. As our gaze sweeps across the Aegean Sea, the moon's light dances upon countless islands, each a unique jewel in the Hellenic crown, contributing to the rich maritime culture and diverse mythologies of ancient Greece. Crete, the largest of the Greek islands, holds the distinction of being the cradle of the Minoan civilization, a sophisticated Bronze Age culture that predates Mycenaean Greece and flourished from approximately 2700 to 1450 BCE, leaving behind magnificent palaces and an enigmatic writing system. The Palace of Knossos, with its elaborate multi-storied architecture, vibrant frescoes depicting bull-leaping rituals and marine life, and intricate plumbing systems, stands as the most prominent testament to Minoan artistic and engineering prowess, revealing a society that was largely peaceful, prosperous, and deeply connected to the sea. The Minoans, named after the legendary King Minos, developed extensive trade networks across the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean, exchanging goods such as olive oil, wine, pottery, and timber for precious metals and exotic materials, demonstrating their economic sophistication. Their unique script, Linear A, remains undeciphered, offering tantalizing glimpses into their language and administration, while the later Linear B script, used by the Mycenaeans, was successfully deciphered, revealing an early form of Greek and providing valuable insights into Mycenaean palace economies. The volcanic eruption of Thera, modern-day Santorini, around 1600 BCE, one of the largest in recorded history, is thought to have had a catastrophic impact on the Minoan civilization, potentially triggering tsunamis and climatic changes that weakened their power, paving the way for Mycenaean dominance. Santorini itself, with its dramatic caldera and whitewashed villages clinging to the cliffs, is a place of breathtaking beauty, where the remnants of the ancient city of Akrotiri, preserved under layers of volcanic ash, offer a snapshot of a thriving Bronze Age port city, often referred to as the Minoan Pompeii. Further east in the Aegean lies the island of Delos, a small rocky island of immense religious significance, revered as the birthplace of the twin Olympian gods Apollo and Artemis, making it one of the most sacred sites in the ancient Greek world. Delos became a major religious and commercial center, especially after the Delian League was formed in 478 BCE, an alliance of Greek city-states led by Athens, ostensibly to continue fighting the Persian Empire, with its treasury initially located on the island. The sanctuary of Apollo on Delos was adorned with magnificent temples, colossal statues, and elaborate stoas, attracting pilgrims and merchants from across the Mediterranean, fostering a cosmopolitan atmosphere and immense wealth for the island. The Terrace of the Lions, a row of archaic marble lions guarding the sacred lake, where Leto was said to have given birth to Apollo, remains a striking symbol of Delos's ancient grandeur and artistic heritage. The Cyclades, a group of islands forming a circle around Delos, each possess their own distinct character and history. From the marble quarries of Paros and Naxos, which supplied much of the raw material for classical Greek sculpture, to the fertile plains of Mykonos and the dramatic landscapes of Milos. The Cycladic civilization, another Bronze Age culture flourishing before the Minoans and Mycenaeans, is renowned for its distinctive marble figurines, often highly stylized and abstract, which have captivated modern artists and archaeologists alike, providing an early example of sophisticated artistic expression. These serene, often armless figures, ranging from a few centimeters to life-size, were typically found in graves, suggesting a ritualistic or funerary purpose. though their exact meaning remains a subject of scholarly debate. The moon's gentle illumination now guides us to the western shores of Greece, to the Ionian Islands, a cluster of verdant islands distinct from their Aegean counterparts due to their closer proximity to Italy and their unique historical trajectory. Corfu, known in antiquity as Corcyra, was a powerful naval state with a fiercely independent spirit, often clashing with its mother city, Corinth, a rivalry that played a significant role in the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, drawing Athens and Sparta into the conflict. Ithaca, a smaller, rugged island, holds an enduring place in Greek mythology as the legendary home of Odysseus, the cunning hero of Homer's Odyssey, whose epic journey of return after the Trojan War captivated ancient audiences and continues to inspire storytelling. The tales of Odysseus's encounters with the Cyclops Polyphemus, the Sirens, the enchantress Circe, and his faithful wife Penelope weave together themes of perseverance, loyalty, and the human desire for home, resonating across millennia. The ancient Greeks, deeply connected to the natural world, developed a rich pantheon of gods and goddesses, each embodying different aspects of human experience and the cosmos, dwelling on the mythical Mount Olympus, whose snow-capped peaks are visible from afar. Zeus, the king of the gods, wielded the thunderbolt and presided over justice and order, while his wife Hera, the queen, protected marriage and childbirth, often displaying a formidable and vengeful nature. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, commanded the seas and earthquakes with his trident, revered and feared by the seafaring Greeks, who offered sacrifices to ensure safe passage and bountiful catches. Athena, goddess of wisdom, warfare, and crafts, sprang fully formed from Zeus's head, becoming the patron deity of Athens and embodying strategic intelligence and civic virtue. Apollo, god of music, poetry, light, and healing, with his twin sister Artemis, goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and childbirth, represented the harmonious balance between intellectual pursuits and the untamed forces of nature. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, inspired dramatic performances and religious festivals, challenging societal norms and offering an escape from the mundane through his intoxicating cults, which often involved ecstatic dancing and communal feasting. These deities were not distant, abstract figures, but active participants in human affairs. Their stories, recounted in myths and epic poems, served to explain the world, teach moral lessons, and provide a framework for understanding human destiny and the forces beyond mortal control. The moon's light, now softening towards the horizon, reminds us of the profound intellectual contributions of ancient Greece, particularly in the realm of philosophy, which sought to understand the fundamental nature of existence, knowledge, values, reason, mind, and language. Pre-Socratic philosophers such as Thales of Miletus, Anaximander, and Heraclitus began to move away from purely mythological explanations, proposing naturalistic theories for the origins of the cosmos, questioning the material substance of the universe and the principles of change. Socrates, through his relentless questioning and dialectical method, known as the Socratic method, challenged Athenians to examine their beliefs and values, famously declaring that the unexamined life is not worth living, profoundly influencing Western ethical thought. Plato, Socrates' most famous student, established the Academy in Athens, one of the earliest institutions of higher learning, and developed his theory of forms, positing an ideal, eternal realm of perfect concepts that underlie the imperfect physical world, as explored in his influential dialogues like The Republic. Aristotle, Plato's student, became a polymath whose writings encompassed logic, metaphysics, ethics, politics, biology, and poetics, laying the groundwork for many scientific disciplines and developing a systematic approach to knowledge based on observation and empirical inquiry. His concept of the golden mean, advocating for moderation and balance in all things, and his classification of governments, continued to resonate in political philosophy and ethical discourse. The Hellenistic period saw the emergence of new philosophical schools, including Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium, which emphasized virtue, reason, and living in harmony with nature, teaching that individuals should accept what they cannot control and focus on their inner moral compass. Epicureanism, founded by Epicurus, advocated for the pursuit of pleasure, defined not as hedonism, but as the absence of pain and mental disturbance, ataraxia, achieved through simple living, friendship, and philosophical contemplation. These diverse philosophical traditions provided intellectual frameworks for navigating the complexities of life, offering guidance on how to live a good and meaningful existence, influencing subsequent generations of thinkers across the Roman Empire and beyond. The moon's final lingering rays illuminate the enduring legacy of Greek literature, from the epic poems of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, which shaped Greek identity and provided foundational narratives of heroism, war, and human struggle, to the powerful tragedies and comedies performed in open-air theatres. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, the great tragedians of Athens, explored universal themes of fate, justice, morality, and the human condition, using mythological narratives to provoke thought and emotional catharsis in their audiences, often commenting on contemporary political and social issues. Aristophanes, the master of old comedy, used satire and biting wit to lampoon politicians, philosophers, and societal conventions, providing a humorous yet incisive critique of Athenian life and culture. The development of history as a systematic discipline began with Herodotus, often called the father of history, whose histories meticulously documented the Greco-Persian Wars, incorporating ethnographic observations and oral traditions, though sometimes blending fact with legend. Thucydides, a more rigorous and analytical historian, chronicled the Peloponnesian War, focusing on human agency, political motivations, and the objective analysis of events, setting a high standard for historical inquiry that emphasized accuracy and causation. These literary and historical works, preserved through centuries, offer invaluable windows into the minds, values, and experiences of the ancient Greeks, demonstrating their profound capacity for storytelling, critical thinking, and self-reflection. As the moonlight begins to fade, giving way to the first hints of dawn, we are left with a profound appreciation for the multifaceted brilliance of ancient Greece, a civilization that under the watchful eye of the moon laid the groundwork for so much of what we consider fundamental to Western civilization, from democracy and philosophy to drama and architecture. The echoes of their wisdom, their art, and their struggles continue to resonate, inviting us to delve deeper into the quiet chambers of history, where the enduring spirit of Hellenism perpetually unfolds. The ancient lands now rest in deep stillness, illuminated by the memory of a civilization whose intellectual and cultural contributions remain a beacon across the ages, inspiring contemplation and understanding as you dream. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silvery luminescence across the ancient landscape, we turn our gaze from the broad sweep of civilization's legacy to the intricate tapestry of daily life that unfolded beneath those very skies, exploring the practicalities and rituals that shaped the existence of the Hellenic people. Imagine the dawn breaking over a typical Athenian household, not a grand public building, but a modest dwelling often constructed from sun-dried brick or stone, with stuccoed walls and a tiled roof, usually arranged around a central courtyard that served as the heart of domestic activity. This oikos, the fundamental unit of ancient Greek society, was more than just a house. It encompassed the family, its property, and its slaves, representing a self-contained economic and social entity. Within these homes, the division of labor was often distinct, with women primarily managing the household, overseeing the preparation of meals, the weaving of textiles, and the upbringing of children, while men typically engaged in public life, agriculture, or craft. The diet of the ancient Greeks was largely Mediterranean, centered around grains like barley and wheat, which were ground into flour for bread or porridge, supplemented by olives and olive oil, figs, grapes, and various vegetables, with meat being a less frequent luxury, often consumed during religious festivals. Wine, diluted with water, was a staple beverage, enjoyed by both men and women, though its consumption in public symposia was primarily a male domain. Clothing, though seemingly simple, reflected social status and practical needs, with the basic garments being the chiton, a simple tunic draped and pinned, and the himation, a heavier cloak worn over the chiton, both typically made from linen or wool and often left undyed in their natural cream or white hues, though wealthier individuals might have worn dyed or embroidered fabrics. Footwear consisted of sandals or went barefoot, especially indoors, and personal hygiene, while perhaps not matching modern standards, was important, with public baths becoming increasingly common, offering opportunities for cleansing, exercise, and social interaction. Education, particularly for boys in Athens, began around the age of 7, moving from elementary instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic to more advanced studies in music, poetry, and physical training, known as gymnastike, which prepared them for military service and civic duties. Girls, on the other hand, typically received their education at home, focusing on domestic skills, moral instruction, and sometimes basic literacy, with exceptions in certain city-states like Sparta, where girls also underwent rigorous physical training to ensure strong mothers for future warriors. Beyond the domestic sphere, the agora, the bustling marketplace and civic center, served as the vibrant pulse of the city, a place where citizens gathered not only to trade goods, but also to discuss politics, hear news, and engage in philosophical debate, making it a crucial nexus of public life. Here, merchants would hawk their wares, from pottery and textiles to foodstuffs and imported luxuries, while philosophers might hold impromptu lectures and politicians could address the populace, embodying the democratic spirit of cities like Athens. The concept of citizenship in ancient Greece was complex and often exclusive, particularly in Athens, where it was generally restricted to free-born adult males whose parents were both Athenian citizens, granting them the right to participate in the assembly, hold public office, and serve on juries. Women, resident foreigners, metics, and slaves, despite living within the city, were largely excluded from political participation, highlighting the hierarchical nature of their society. Slavery was an entrenched institution across all Greek city-states, with slaves performing a wide range of tasks, from agricultural labor and mining to domestic service and skilled craftsmanship, their lives varying greatly depending on their owners and their specific roles. While some slaves might have been treated relatively humanely, others faced harsh conditions, and their lack of freedom was a fundamental aspect of their existence, underpinning much of the economic and social structure. Religious practices permeated every aspect of Greek life, with a polytheistic pantheon of Olympian gods and goddesses, each associated with specific domains and attributes, worshipped through elaborate rituals, sacrifices, and festivals. Temples like the Parthenon were not primarily places for congregational worship in the modern sense, but rather houses for the cult statues of the deities, with public ceremonies often taking place outdoors at altars. The Panathenaea, a grand festival held every 4 years in Athens, honored the city's patron goddess Athena, featuring athletic contests, musical performances, and a magnificent procession that carried a newly woven peplos to adorn her statue on the Acropolis. Oracle sites, most famously, the Oracle of Apollo at Delphi, held immense religious and political significance, where supplicants would seek guidance and prophecies from the Pythia, a priestess who delivered cryptic pronouncements believed to be the words of the god himself, influencing decisions of war, colonization, and personal matters. These pronouncements, often ambiguous, required interpretation by the priests, further solidifying the oracle's authority. The Olympic Games, held every 4 years at Olympia in honor of Zeus, were another cornerstone of Greek culture, bringing together athletes from various city-states in a spirit of competition and religious devotion, with a sacred truce observed to allow safe passage for participants and spectators. These games, featuring events like foot races, wrestling, discus throw, javelin throw, and chariot racing, were not merely athletic contests, but profound cultural events that fostered a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Beyond the grand spectacles, the Greeks also engaged in various forms of entertainment and leisure, from theatrical performances in open-air amphitheaters, where tragedies by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, and comedies by Aristophanes explored profound human dilemmas and societal critiques, to symposia, private drinking parties where men engaged in intellectual discourse, poetry recitation, and musical performances. Music, played on instruments like the lyre and aulos, was integral to many aspects of life, accompanying religious ceremonies dramatic performances, and social gatherings, believed to have moral and emotional effects on listeners. The development of coinage, initially appearing in Lydia in the 7th century BCE and adopted by Greek city-states, revolutionized trade and economic transactions, providing a standardized and portable medium of exchange, with each city-state often minting its own distinctive coins, bearing symbols of its patron deity or significant emblems, like the Athenian owl. This innovation facilitated commerce, allowing for more complex economic systems to emerge beyond simple barter. Maritime trade was vital for many Greek city-states, especially those with limited arable land, as they relied on importing grain and other raw materials while exporting olive oil, wine, pottery, and manufactured goods across the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. The development of sophisticated shipbuilding techniques and navigation skills allowed Greek mariners to establish extensive trade networks and found colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea coasts, spreading Hellenic culture and influence far and wide. These colonies, established from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE, were not merely trading posts, but independent city-states, often founded due to population pressure, land scarcity, or political strife in the mother city, metropolis. They replicated the political and social structures of their founding cities, creating a vast Hellenic world that stretched from Spain to the Black Sea, profoundly impacting the cultural landscape of the ancient world. The military organization of Greek city-states varied, but the hoplite phalanx became a dominant and highly effective formation, consisting of heavily armed infantrymen or hoplites who fought in close ranks, their large round shields, hoplon, interlocking to create a formidable wall of bronze and wood. This formation, relying on discipline, cohesion, and collective strength, was instrumental in many Greek victories and shaped the nature of warfare for centuries. The Peloponnesian War, a protracted and devastating conflict between Athens and its allies, the Delian League, and Sparta and its allies, the Peloponnesian League, from 431 to 404 BCE, profoundly impacted the Greek world, leading to widespread destruction, political instability, and the eventual decline of Athenian dominance. Thucydides' historical account of this war remains a masterpiece of historical analysis, offering insights into power politics, human nature, and the consequences of conflict. Following the Peloponnesian War, a period of shifting hegemonies ensued, with Sparta, then Thebes, briefly holding sway, but none managed to establish lasting pan-Hellenic unity, leaving the Greek city-states vulnerable to external powers. This fragmentation ultimately paved the way for the rise of Macedon under Philip II, who skillfully exploited Greek disunity and superior military organization to assert Macedonian dominance over the Greek mainland. Philip II's military reforms, including the introduction of the sarissa, a much longer spear than the hoplite spear, and the development of combined arms tactics incorporating cavalry and specialized infantry, transformed the Macedonian army into an unstoppable force. His victory at the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE effectively ended the independence of the Greek city-states, bringing them under Macedonian control and marking a new era in Greek history. His son, Alexander the Great, inherited this powerful kingdom and an ambitious vision, embarking on a monumental campaign of conquest that saw him defeat the Persian Empire and extend Greek influence across vast territories from Egypt to India, fundamentally reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the ancient world. Alexander's campaigns were not merely military expeditions, but also cultural exchanges, as he founded numerous cities, often named Alexandria, which became centers of Hellenistic culture, blending Greek traditions with local customs. The Hellenistic Age, which followed Alexander's death in 323 BCE and lasted until the Roman conquest of Egypt in 31 BCE, saw the fragmentation of his vast empire into several powerful Hellenistic kingdoms, such as the Ptolemaic Kingdom in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in Asia, and the Antigonid Kingdom in Macedon. These kingdoms, ruled by Alexander's generals and their descendants, became vibrant centers of Greek culture, learning, and trade, fostering new developments in art, science, and philosophy. Alexandria in particular became the intellectual capital of the Hellenistic world, home to the famous Library of Alexandria, which housed an unparalleled collection of scrolls and attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean, and the Mauseon, a research institution that fostered advancements in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and engineering. Figures like Euclid, whose elements laid the foundation for geometry, and Eratosthenes, who accurately calculated the Earth's circumference, exemplify the intellectual achievements of this era. Hellenistic art, while retaining classical elements, often displayed a greater sense of drama, emotion, and realism, moving away from the idealized forms of the classical period to portray a wider range of human experience and physical types. Sculptures like the Laocoon group and the Winged Victory of Samothrace exemplify this shift towards dynamic compositions and expressive narratives, showcasing technical virtuosity and emotional intensity. Philosophical schools like Stoicism and Epicureanism emerged during the Hellenistic period, offering new perspectives on ethics, happiness, and the nature of the universe, appealing to individuals in a world that felt increasingly vast and uncertain after the decline of the independent city-state. Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium, emphasized virtue, reason, and living in harmony with nature, advocating for emotional resilience and acceptance of fate. Epicureanism, founded by Epicurus, sought to achieve ataraxia, a state of tranquility and freedom from fear, through the pursuit of moderate pleasures and the avoidance of pain, often through intellectual pursuits and friendship. The influence of Greek language, known as Koine Greek, spread widely across the Hellenistic kingdoms, becoming the lingua franca of administration, trade, and intellectual discourse, facilitating communication and cultural exchange throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. This widespread adoption of Greek language and culture, known as Hellenization, profoundly shaped the societies of the Near East and Egypt, leaving an indelible mark on their subsequent development. Even as Rome rose to prominence, gradually absorbing the Hellenistic kingdoms, Greek culture continued to exert a powerful influence, with Roman elites often admiring and adopting Greek art, literature, philosophy, and educational practices. Many Roman emperors were fluent in Greek, and Greek remained an important language of scholarship and culture in the Eastern Roman Empire for centuries, demonstrating the enduring power of Hellenic civilization. The legacy of ancient Greece extends far beyond its political and military achievements, encompassing profound contributions to Western thought and culture that continue to shape our world. From the foundational principles of democracy and the Socratic method of inquiry to the dramatic structures of tragedy and comedy, and the architectural orders that still inspire monumental buildings, the echoes of Greek genius resonate through time. The development of systematic philosophy by thinkers like Plato and Aristotle laid the groundwork for Western metaphysics, ethics, logic, and political theory, providing frameworks for understanding existence, morality, and governance that have been debated and built upon for millennia. Plato's theory of forms, exploring the nature of reality beyond sensory perception, and Aristotle's empirical approach to knowledge, encompassing biology, physics, and ethics, represent monumental intellectual achievements. In mathematics, Pythagoras' theorem and Euclid's geometry provided fundamental tools for understanding space and quantity, while Archimedes' work in mechanics and hydrostatics demonstrated the practical application of mathematical principles to solve real-world problems. The Hippocratic Oath, attributed to Hippocrates, established ethical standards for medical practice that continue to influence modern medicine, emphasizing patient welfare and professional conduct. The Greek alphabet, derived from the Phoenician script, became the basis for the Latin alphabet and subsequently for many other writing systems around the world, making a fundamental contribution to literacy and the dissemination of knowledge. Their innovations in historical writing, exemplified by Herodotus's investigative approach to the Greco-Persian Wars and Thucydides' analytical history of the Peloponnesian War, established the foundations of historical methodology. The enduring appeal of Greek mythology, with its rich pantheon of gods, heroes, and epic tales of adventure, love, and tragedy, has captivated imaginations for centuries, inspiring countless works of art, literature, and music across diverse cultures and historical periods. These myths, far from being mere stories, often explored fundamental human questions about fate, morality, and the human condition. As the moonlight continues to bathe the ancient ruins in a soft, ethereal glow, we are reminded that the spirit of ancient Greece is not confined to dusty textbooks or museum artifacts. It lives on in the very fabric of our intellectual and cultural heritage. The quiet contemplation of these contributions allows us to connect with a civilization that, through its relentless pursuit of knowledge, beauty, and understanding, laid many of the cornerstones upon which subsequent human progress has been built. The profound insights and artistic achievements of the ancient Greeks remain a testament to human ingenuity and a perpetual source of inspiration, inviting us to reflect on the timeless questions they posed and the enduring solutions they sought, as the night deepens and the world around us settles into a peaceful slumber. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silvery glow across the ancient landscapes, we might journey further into the intricate tapestry of ancient Greek life. Beyond the grand philosophical debates and monumental architecture to explore the very fabric of their daily existence, revealing how their innovations permeated every aspect, from their homes to their marketplaces. Imagine, if you will, the bustling agora of Athens, not merely as a civic center for political discourse, but as the vibrant heart of the city's economic and social life, where citizens gathered not only to hear speeches and participate in democratic processes, but also to conduct business, exchange news, and engage in lively discussions that shaped their worldview. Here, merchants would display their wares, ranging from locally produced olive oil and wine, staples of the Mediterranean diet, to exotic goods imported from distant lands across the Aegean Sea, such as spices from the east or timber from the northern forests, illustrating the extensive trade networks that connected the Greek city-states to a wider world. The Agora was also the site of numerous public buildings, including the Stoa Poikile, or painted stoa, famous for its elaborate murals depicting historical battles and mythological scenes, which served as a public art gallery and a gathering place for philosophers like Zeno of Citium, who founded the Stoic school of thought named after this very portico. Nearby, the Bouleuterion, the council house, stood as a testament to Athenian democracy, where the Boule, a council of 500 citizens chosen by lot, prepared legislation and oversaw the daily administration of the city, demonstrating the practical application of their radical political ideas. The Tholos, a distinctive circular building, served as the dining hall and sleeping quarters for the Prytanes, the executive committee of the Boule, who were on duty around the clock, ensuring the continuous functioning of the city's government and highlighting the demanding nature of public service in ancient Athens. Beyond the political and commercial hubs, the domestic sphere of ancient Greece offered a fascinating glimpse into the daily routines and social structures that underpinned their society. Often centered around the oikos, the household, which encompassed the family, slaves, and property. Most Greek homes, particularly in urban centers, were relatively modest, typically constructed from sun-dried brick on stone foundations, with tiled roofs, and often arranged around a central courtyard, which provided light, ventilation, and a private space for household activities. The architecture of these homes reflected a clear division of space, with women's quarters, or the gynekonitis, often located on an upper floor or in a secluded part of the house, emphasizing the societal expectations for women to remain largely within the domestic realm, managing the household and raising children. In contrast, the andron, the men's dining room, was a more public space within the home, specifically designed for symposia, the famous Greek drinking parties where men would recline on couches, engage in intellectual discourse, enjoy entertainment from musicians and dancers, and consume wine, often diluted with water, reflecting a sophisticated social ritual that combined pleasure with philosophical debate. These symposia were not merely revelries, but crucial social institutions, where alliances were forged, ideas exchanged, and cultural values reinforced, demonstrating the integral role of communal dining in ancient Greek society. The furnishings within these homes, though often sparse by modern standards, included wooden chests for storage, simple beds, and earthenware pottery for cooking and serving food, with more affluent households boasting finely crafted furniture, intricate textiles, and imported luxury items. The preparation of food itself was a fundamental daily activity, with the Greek diet primarily consisting of cereals like barley and wheat, which were ground into flour for bread or porridge, alongside olives and olive oil, figs, grapes, and various vegetables, supplemented by fish, especially in coastal regions, and occasionally meat from sacrificial animals. The cultivation of these crops was a labor-intensive process, relying on traditional agricultural methods and the hard work of farmers and slaves, whose efforts sustained the entire population and formed the backbone of the Greek economy. Water management was also a critical concern, with cities developing complex systems of aqueducts, fountains, and public wells to supply their inhabitants, showcasing their engineering prowess and understanding of urban planning. Education, while not universally accessible in a modern sense, was highly valued, particularly for boys from affluent families, who would attend schools from around the age of 7, learning reading, writing, arithmetic, music, and physical training, known as gymnastics. The curriculum aimed to produce well-rounded citizens, capable of participating in civic life and excelling in both intellectual and physical pursuits, reflecting the Greek ideal of kalokagathia, the harmonious development of mind and body. Girls, on the other hand, typically received their education at home, focusing on household management, weaving, and sometimes music or literature, preparing them for their roles as wives and mothers within the patriarchal society. The public baths, or gymnasia, served as important social centers for men, combining facilities for exercise with opportunities for bathing, socializing, and intellectual discussion, further emphasizing the Greek appreciation for physical fitness and communal interaction. These complexes often included running tracks, wrestling pits, and spaces for philosophical debate, illustrating the interconnectedness of physical and intellectual development in their culture. The concept of hygiene, while perhaps different from modern standards, was certainly present, with public baths providing a means for cleanliness and relaxation, contributing to the overall well-being of the citizenry. Art and craftsmanship flourished in ancient Greece, extending far beyond the monumental sculptures and temples to encompass a wide array of everyday objects that were both functional and aesthetically pleasing, reflecting a pervasive appreciation for beauty in all forms. Pottery, for instance, was not merely utilitarian, but a canvas for artistic expression, with Athenian black figure and red figure vases depicting mythological narratives, scenes from daily life, and athletic contests, providing invaluable insights into their beliefs, customs, and visual culture. These vessels, used for storing wine, oil, and water, as well as for serving food and drink, were widely traded throughout the Mediterranean, spreading Greek artistic styles and narratives far and wide. Textile production, primarily weaving, was another essential craft, predominantly carried out by women within the home, producing clothing, blankets, and tapestries that were often intricately decorated with geometric patterns or figurative designs. The loom, a fundamental piece of household equipment, was a constant presence in Greek homes, symbolizing the domestic skills and industriousness of women. Jewelry, crafted from gold, silver, and precious stones, adorned both men and women, serving as symbols of status, religious offerings, and personal adornment, showcasing the exquisite metalworking skills of Greek artisans. The religious life of the ancient Greeks permeated every aspect of their existence. With a polytheistic pantheon of gods and goddesses, each associated with specific domains, powers, and myths, who were believed to actively intervene in human affairs. The Olympian gods, led by Zeus, resided on Mount Olympus, and their complex relationships, rivalries, and adventures formed the basis of a rich mythological tradition that informed Greek literature, art, and moral philosophy. Temples, like the Parthenon dedicated to Athena, were not places of congregational worship in the modern sense, but rather houses for the cult statues of the deities, serving as focal points for public rituals, sacrifices, and festivals. Sacrifices, typically of animals like oxen, sheep, or goats, were central to Greek religious practice, performed publicly at altars outside temples, with the smoke rising to the heavens as an offering to the gods, and the meat often shared among the worshippers in communal feasts. These rituals served to honor the gods, seek their favor, and reinforce community bonds, highlighting the social dimension of ancient Greek religion. Oracles, such as the famous Oracle of Apollo at Delphi, where the Pythia, a priestess, delivered cryptic prophecies, played a significant role in guiding personal and political decisions, demonstrating the belief in divine foresight and the desire to understand the will of the gods. Festivals, such as the Panathenaea in Athens, dedicated to the city's patron goddess Athena, or the Olympic Games, held in honor of Zeus at Olympia, were major religious and cultural events that brought together people from across the Greek world. These festivals combined athletic competitions, musical contests, dramatic performances, and religious processions, fostering a sense of shared Hellenic identity and providing opportunities for both celebration and competition. The Olympic Games in particular were so important that a sacred truce, or ekekaria, was declared, allowing athletes and spectators safe passage to and from the site, underscoring the profound cultural significance of these quadrennial events. Beyond the major city-states, the vast network of Greek colonies established across the Mediterranean and Black Sea from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE represented a remarkable expansion of Hellenic culture and influence. These colonies, founded due to population growth, land hunger, and trade opportunities, maintained cultural and religious ties with their mother cities, or metropoles, while developing their own distinct identities and contributing to the spread of Greek civilization. Cities like Syracuse in Sicily, Cumae in Italy, and Byzantium on the Bosphorus were thriving Greek settlements that became significant centers of trade, agriculture, and culture, demonstrating the entrepreneurial spirit and maritime prowess of the ancient Greeks. The development of coinage, originating in Lydia and adopted by the Greeks around the 6th century BCE, revolutionized economic transactions, replacing the cumbersome system of barter with a standardized medium of exchange. Each city-state typically minted its own coins, often featuring symbols or deities associated with that city, such as the Athenian owl, which became a widely recognized and trusted currency throughout the Greek world, facilitating trade and economic growth. This innovation not only streamlined commerce, but also provided a tangible symbol of civic identity and sovereignty. The military organization of the Greek city-states, particularly the hoplite phalanx, was a defining feature of their warfare and a reflection of their civic ideals.
Hoplites, heavily armed citizen soldiers, fought in a tight formation with shields interlocking, forming an impenetrable wall of spears, relying on discipline, cohesion, and collective strength rather than individual heroism. This style of fighting, which emerged around the 7th century BCE, emphasized the importance of civic duty and the collective good, as each man's safety depended on the steadfastness of his comrades, reinforcing the democratic values of equality and shared responsibility. The Peloponnesian War, a protracted and devastating conflict between Athens and Sparta and their respective allies from 431 to 404 BCE, stands as a pivotal moment in Greek history, profoundly altering the political landscape and ultimately weakening the city-states, making them vulnerable to external powers. Thucydides' meticulous account of this war, his History of the Peloponnesian War, is a masterpiece of historical writing, offering profound insights into human nature, power politics, and the tragic consequences of conflict, laying the groundwork for objective historical analysis. The war's conclusion, with the defeat of Athens, marked the end of its golden age and ushered in a period of instability and shifting hegemonies among the Greek states. The rise of Macedon under Philip II and later his son Alexander the Great fundamentally reshaped the Greek world, transitioning from the era of independent city-states to a period of larger kingdoms and empires. Philip II's military reforms, including the development of the sarissa, a much longer spear than the hoplite spear, and his strategic genius, allowed him to conquer and unify the Greek states under Macedonian hegemony, setting the stage for his son's unprecedented conquests. Alexander the Great's campaigns, which extended Greek influence across Persia, Egypt, and into India, created a vast Hellenistic empire, spreading Greek language, culture, and ideas across a massive geographical area. The Hellenistic Age, following Alexander's death in 323 BCE and the division of his empire among his generals, saw the emergence of powerful Hellenistic kingdoms, such as the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in the Near East, and the Antigonid Kingdom in Macedon. These kingdoms, while ruled by Macedonian elites, fostered a vibrant cosmopolitan culture, blending Greek traditions with local influences, leading to significant advancements in science, philosophy, and art. Cities like Alexandria in Egypt, with its famous library and lighthouse, became intellectual and cultural powerhouses, attracting scholars and artists from across the Hellenistic world. The Library of Alexandria, in particular, was an unparalleled center of learning, housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls and attracting the greatest minds of the age, who conducted research, wrote commentaries, and preserved vast amounts of ancient knowledge, making it a beacon of intellectual inquiry. Scholars like Eratosthenes, who accurately calculated the Earth's circumference, and Euclid, whose elements laid the foundations of geometry, worked within this vibrant intellectual environment, demonstrating the continued Greek pursuit of scientific understanding. The Lighthouse of Alexandria,
one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, stood as a monumental testament to Hellenistic engineering and architectural ambition, guiding ships into the bustling harbor and symbolizing the city's prominence. The philosophical schools of the Hellenistic period, such as Stoicism, Epicureanism, and skepticism, offered new perspectives on ethics, happiness, and the nature of reality, often focusing on individual well-being and tranquility in a rapidly changing world. These philosophies, unlike earlier Athenian schools, often appealed to a broader audience and were less tied to specific city-states, reflecting the more cosmopolitan nature of the Hellenistic era. Stoicism, for example, advocated for living in harmony with nature and reason, accepting what cannot be changed, and cultivating virtue as the path to eudaimonia, or flourishing. The influence of Greek drama continued to evolve during the Hellenistic period, with new forms like new comedy, exemplified by the plays of Menander, which focused on domestic life, social manners, and romantic entanglements, contrasting with the political and mythological themes of earlier Old Comedy and tragedy. The construction of elaborate stone theatres, often carved into hillsides, continued throughout the Hellenistic world, providing venues for these performances and demonstrating the enduring popularity of theatrical entertainment. These theatres, with their excellent acoustics and tiered seating, could accommodate thousands of spectators, underscoring the communal aspect of Greek drama. Even as the Roman Republic began to assert its dominance in the Mediterranean, eventually conquering the Hellenistic kingdoms, Greek culture and language continued to exert a profound influence, leading to a phenomenon often described as the Romanization of Greece and the Hellenization of Rome. Roman elites admired and adopted many aspects of Greek art, literature, philosophy, and architecture, recognizing the intellectual and aesthetic superiority of Hellenic civilization. Greek became the lingua franca of the Eastern Roman Empire, and many Roman emperors, including Hadrian, were ardent admirers of Greek culture, commissioning new buildings and promoting Greek learning. The legacy of ancient Greece, therefore, did not simply end with the decline of its independent city-states or the rise of Rome, but rather transformed and permeated subsequent civilizations, becoming an indelible part of the Western intellectual and cultural tradition. From the democratic principles that underpin modern governance to the architectural forms that inspire public buildings, from the philosophical concepts that shape our understanding of ethics and knowledge, to the literary genres that continue to entertain and enlighten, the contributions of the ancient Greeks remain foundational. Their relentless questioning of the world, their pursuit of excellence in all endeavors, and their profound insights into the human condition continue to resonate, inviting contemplation and inspiring new generations to explore the timeless wisdom embedded in their enduring legacy. As the moonlight softly illuminates the quiet landscape and the world drifts into a profound and peaceful stillness, the soft moonlight, now casting long, ethereal shadows across the ancient stones, continued its silent vigil over a landscape steeped in millennia of human endeavor, inviting a deeper exploration into the intricate tapestry of ancient Greek civilization that extended far beyond the iconic temples and philosophical musings. Beyond the celebrated city-states of Athens and Sparta, a vibrant network of independent poleis flourished across the mainland, the Aegean Islands, and the distant shores of the Mediterranean and Black Seas, each contributing uniquely to the Hellenic identity through their distinct political structures, cultural practices, and economic specializations. While Athens developed its groundbreaking form of direct democracy, where eligible male citizens directly participated in the assembly to debate and vote on laws, other poleis experimented with oligarchies, monarchies, and even tyrannies, demonstrating a remarkable diversity in governance within the broader Greek world. The Spartan system, for instance, famously revolved around a highly disciplined military society, where every aspect of life was geared towards producing formidable warriors, from the rigorous agoge training for boys to the communal dining and strict social hierarchy that maintained order and efficiency. Trade routes, both terrestrial and maritime, crisscrossed the Aegean, connecting these disparate city-states and facilitating a dynamic exchange of goods, ideas, and artistic styles, with olive oil, wine, pottery, and metalwork being among the most sought-after commodities that fueled the prosperity of many coastal communities. The invention of coinage, originating in Lydia, but quickly adopted and refined by the Greeks, revolutionized commerce by providing a standardized medium of exchange, replacing cumbersome bartering systems and enabling more complex economic transactions across vast distances. Greek colonization, a significant phenomenon between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE, saw adventurous citizens establish new settlements from Spain to the Black Sea, driven by population pressures, land shortages, and the pursuit of new trade opportunities, effectively spreading Hellenic culture and influence throughout the ancient world. These colonies, though often independent, maintained strong cultural and religious ties with their mother cities, contributing to a sense of shared Hellenic identity, despite geographical separation and political autonomy. The artistic achievements of the Greeks, illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon, extended far beyond the monumental architecture of the Parthenon, encompassing a rich tradition of sculpture, pottery, and painting that reflected their evolving aesthetic sensibilities and technical mastery. Early archaic sculpture, characterized by rigid, frontal poses and the enigmatic, archaic smile, gradually gave way to the more naturalistic and dynamic forms of the classical period, exemplified by the masterful works of sculptors like Praxiteles and Phidias, who captured the ideal human form with unparalleled grace and anatomical precision. Red figure and black figure pottery, adorned with intricate mythological scenes, daily life depictions, and geometric patterns, served not only as functional vessels for wine and oil, but also as important narrative art forms, providing invaluable insights into ancient Greek customs, beliefs, and artistic conventions. Though few examples survive, ancient texts describe elaborate frescoes and panel paintings that decorated public buildings and private homes, suggesting a vibrant tradition of pictorial art that rivaled their sculptural and architectural achievements. The intellectual curiosity of the Greeks, which fueled their philosophical inquiries, also propelled significant advancements in the fields of science, mathematics, and medicine. laying foundational principles that continue to inform modern thought. Thinkers like Pythagoras explored the fundamental relationships between numbers and the cosmos, developing theorems that remain cornerstones of geometry and influencing later philosophical and mystical traditions with his concept of the harmony of the spheres. Hippocrates, often hailed as the father of medicine, revolutionized medical practice by moving away from supernatural explanations for illness, advocating for empirical observation, rational diagnosis, and ethical treatment, establishing principles enshrined in the Hippocratic Oath that guide medical professionals to this day. Aristotle, a polymath of extraordinary breadth, conducted systematic investigations into biology, physics, ethics, politics, and logic, meticulously categorizing and analyzing the natural world and human society, creating a comprehensive body of knowledge that profoundly shaped Western intellectual tradition for nearly 2 millennia. The vibrant social fabric of ancient Greece, now softly veiled by the moonlight, was characterized by distinct roles for men and women, citizens and non-citizens, and free individuals and slaves, reflecting a complex hierarchy that underpinned their societal structure. While citizen men enjoyed political rights and public life, women, particularly in Athens, were largely confined to the domestic sphere, responsible for managing the household, raising children, and overseeing enslaved laborers, though their roles and freedoms varied significantly across different city-states. Enslavement was a widespread institution throughout the Greek world, with enslaved individuals performing a multitude of tasks, from agricultural labor and mining to domestic service and skilled craftsmanship, forming an essential but often invisible component of the economic and social system. The symposium, a formal drinking party for aristocratic men, served as a crucial social institution where philosophical discussions, poetic recitations, and political debates unfolded over wine, food, and entertainment, fostering intellectual exchange and reinforcing social bonds among the elite. Athletic competitions, most famously the Olympic Games, held every 4 years at Olympia in honor of Zeus, were not merely sporting events, but deeply religious and cultural festivals that brought together Greeks from across the Hellenic world, fostering a sense of shared identity and promoting physical excellence. Athletes, competing naked to symbolize purity and the ideal human form, vied for glory in events such as running, wrestling, discus throwing, and chariot racing, with victors achieving immense prestige and often receiving statues and poems in their honor. The Panathenaic Games in Athens, another significant festival, celebrated the city's patron goddess Athena with elaborate processions, musical contests, and athletic competitions, culminating in the presentation of a new peplos, a ceremonial robe, to the ancient cult statue of Athena on the Acropolis. These games provided a temporary truce from intercity conflicts, allowing for peaceful assembly and reinforcing the common cultural heritage that bound the Greeks together despite their frequent political rivalries and military engagements. The rich tapestry of Greek mythology, woven into every aspect of their daily lives, provided explanations for natural phenomena, moral guidance, and narratives of heroism and divine intervention, shaping their worldview and inspiring countless works of art and literature. Stories of Zeus, the king of the gods, wielding his mighty thunderbolt from Mount Olympus, or Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, springing fully formed from his head, were not just tales, but integral components of their religious beliefs and cultural identity. The epic poems of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, recounting the Trojan War and Odysseus's arduous journey home, served as foundational texts that transmitted moral values, heroic ideals, and a collective memory of a glorious past, influencing subsequent generations of poets, playwrights, and historians. Religious rituals, sacrifices, and festivals were regularly performed to honor the gods and goddesses, ensuring their favor and maintaining cosmic order, with temples serving as sacred spaces for worship and offerings rather than congregational gatherings. As the moon continued its majestic arc across the heavens, illuminating the enduring legacy of ancient Greece, the echoes of their innovations in law, literature, and urban planning resonated through the quiet air. The development of written law codes, such as those attributed to Draco and Solon in Athens, marked a crucial step towards more equitable and transparent justice systems, replacing arbitrary judgments with codified rules that applied to all citizens. The invention of the Greek alphabet, adapted from the Phoenician script, provided a highly efficient writing system that facilitated the widespread dissemination of knowledge, literature, and administrative records, contributing significantly to the intellectual flourishing of the archaic and classical periods. Urban planning, evident in cities like Miletus with its grid-like street layout attributed to Hippodamus, demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of infrastructure, public spaces, and civic organization, creating functional and aesthetically pleasing environments to their citizens. The enduring influence of these multifaceted contributions, from democratic principles to scientific inquiry and artistic expression, continues to shape the modern world, a testament to the profound and lasting impact of this remarkable civilization, as the moonlight softly illuminates the quiet landscape and the world drifts into a profound and peaceful stillness.